Go. Hello, everyone, and welcome again to From the Tabletop, the ttrpg broadcast from the League of Extraordinarily OK Gamers. I'm the Wraith, your host and GM, and I'm thrilled that you're here and tuning in for another session of the Dawns Our Voyage Holds. We're back again today with our extra special part 2 of our newcomer session. So we have our second half of our Memories Rest crew here. So that means that today we get to hang out with where's my order? Exodus.
Hey guys, Exodus here, aka Michael. Quick overview of my character, I suppose. My character's name is Skelt, also known by Sky. I look like a court and jewel, very well put together. I come from the underworld, with a background in Gel Wilds, and I love food and drink, and I have a cool little pet.
Excellent. And then quasi humanoid.
Hello, my name is Jonathan, and I'll be playing Thalvoama. He's an Enfade, and he has copper bones, which are slightly tarnished on uh, making green hues on his back and browner hues on his front and around his hands, and he wears intriguing clothes.
And wrapping it up, we have Isami Belanio.
What's up, everyone? It's Blanio. Just kidding. My name is Anna. I'll be playing Keva. She is a Velmiri, which means she looks super cool with some tealy blue feathers and a gold head. She was an orphan given to the knights and was part of the Knight Protector of the Holy Ground, or she was a Knight Protector of the Holy Ground, and has since left and has been introduced to this new group who she's very excited to hang out with and not be very caught up in the political religion of everything.
Great. Okay, so this will be a bit of a review for anyone who watched the last stream, but I just wanted to go through for our newcomers here, go through a couple things to points of order about what we're all doing here. So to start off, I want to make sure to say right off the front that there's a lot of things that can come up during the course of a game like this. So if at any point during anything, there are things that you don't feel great about, you don't feel safe about, please feel more than welcome to speak up and say, hey, maybe let's do this, off screen, or can we not do this? We can absolutely veer away, do whatever. We're here to have a good time, and so we definitely don't want to spoil any of that by things that might be uncomfortable or whatever for people. So please feel more than free to speak up about anything on that front. So your job as players, your responsibilities here. So one of the big things that a lot of these, so we're playing Blades in the Dark again. One of the things that this system and other systems like it always like to emphasize is this idea that the fiction always comes first. So anytime anything is going on in the course of the game, you always want to be making sure that you're thinking about it. Um, Cinematically is a good way to think about it. Like if this was a TV show or movie or whatever, what would your character be doing? What would the camera see, so to speak, and think of things in those terms rather than trying to think of like, oh, I'm using this mechanic to do this thing and therefore this is happening. Um, we we want to think in exciting ways and things like that. So never feel bound by the mechanics of what we're doing. You want to feel free to express what you think the character would be doing and thinking, and then we can lay the mechanics over top of that as appropriate. So if you ever feel stuck and you don't know what to do, sometimes it's a good idea to use things on your character sheet. as guidelines, but don't feel like those are your character sheet is not a cage. It's a springboard or something. Um, whatever. Also, keep in mind that failures, complications, and consequences are not bad things. One of the things that we're doing here is we're trying to tell a story. We're all trying to tell a story together, and sometimes, as is often the case in stories, in books, movies, whatever, the things that get complicated, the things that get hard and difficult, oftentimes are the things that are most interesting. Um, Colin and Emily from the last session, I'm sure, can tell you that this was definitely the case. So don't be afraid to have your character get beat up and to take risks. This is a system that is specifically designed to encourage you to take risks and not sort of sit around and be like, oh wait, but if I do this thing, this might happen and that's not good, or if I do this thing, I don't know, so maybe I'll just sort of be really careful and all that kind of stuff. That's no fun. That's not interesting. So when in doubt, you know kick down the door and ask questions later. um Not to say that that's always going to go great, but hey, it'll be interesting. So coming from those sorts of things, uh, one of the things that we want to make sure we're doing is we're always being honest about the characters. So your sort of realm of responsibility is mostly centered around your characters. So one of the things they say in the book about this is when rules and mechanics are concerned is don't be a weasel. So there's with these action ratings and everything, um, we want to be honest about what your character is doing, not trying to like, oh, I'm trying to do this thing that I have really good stats in, rather than being like, this is the situation. This is honestly what my character would be doing, even though I don't, that's not one of my best stats, or those kinds of things. Um, we want to be truthful and honest about the character, what they're doing, even when that might lead to complications, which, as we just said, are not always a thing to be avoided. And all of that kind of summed up, there's a great line in, I forget if it's this book or one of the other systems like this, but they say, drive your character like a stolen car. um, we definitely did that in the last session a lot. So all that to say, don't talk yourself out of risk. Don't talk yourself out of something that sounds fun and interesting, because you're, afraid of what might happen. So then, as a GM or game master, my job is that I'm here to facilitate a conversation. Ideally, the way this works is not me just sort of saying all the things that happen and you get to make just a couple, little inputs here and there about what your character is doing. We want to be having a big conversation, and that is we're all co-authors in this, and that doesn't just involve your character. Often I'll ask you questions about things that might be adjacent to your character. I'm interested in seeing what all of you see in this world and see about these characters, and building all of this together. This is not all just on me, so I'm here to help bring all of us in that together. It's also my job to bring the world to life and convey it honestly. So just like you're trying to portray your characters honestly, I'm trying to portray the world honestly. So that can mean, based on the way certain things go, it means I should, I should not pull punches if you're against a particularly powerful, adversary, or it means I should, I'm struggling to come up with examples other than that, which sounds very ominous, but I promise it's not. But I want to be truthful about what's going on in the world and be consistent, as much as possible, as much as I can remember, to make sure that everything is going on is consistent and kind of true to itself. And next, is helping cut to the action. So this is another thing on the terms uh, of not trying to sort of you know dance around things. Is this is a system built around doing things rather than trying to sort of like talk out contingencies and stuff. There's a lot of mechanics baked into this system that are designed to help you just like jump in and figure it out as you go. So one of my big jobs is to try and cut out those chunks of trying to plan things out and say, well, if this happens, then we should do this, and if this happens, we should do this. And you just do it, and then there's a whole system of what they call flashbacks in this game that lets you sort of retroactively say, oh, I did this to help me do this thing that I'm doing right now. So, but we'll talk about that when we get to it. So I am also here to be curious about the world, about your characters. I love asking questions. I love digging into like, hey, how is your character feeling about this? How is your character responding to this? So be ready for those kind of questions because I'll definitely be asking them. And I'm also here to be a fan of the players. Like you said, ultimately we're here to tell a story, and that story, while yes, it has lots of um, uh, words, problems and roadblocks and those sort of things. I'm not here to try and beat you or to win as a GM. We're here to have fun, and I'm here to see your characters do cool things, and I'm excited about that. So ultimately, one of the big mantras of a lot of these types of systems is they always say to play to find out what happens. So it's not my job as a GM to decide, oh, this is what's going to happen. This is our sort of trail of the campaign. This is our this is our storyline. So that's not for me to decide. My job is to set things out, to set the table, to prepare the sandbox, whatever, and loose you as characters into it and see what you do. On the same token, your job as characters, while it's good to to have plans and try and have ideas about the way you hope things will go, don't feel like you need to hold on to those things so tightly. It's more interesting if we get to see you roll with the punches and to think on the fly. And then as I was saying before off mic, ask all the questions. If there's any point where you have a question about what's going on in the world, ask away. If there's any point you have questions about, the mechanics of the game or, the Roll20 or anything like that, do not feel bad at all asking. We're all here to learn and have fun. So, without further ado, let's jump into it. So let's see, you guys should be on, yes, the Marshall's Cloak map here. Great. So you are a group of scoundrels who, from one path or another, have all ended up here in the city of Marshall's Cloak, a sprawling city built on the back of a mountain-sized creature named Tovoln, and have fallen in with a group called the Bohemians, a collective of underground artists and creatives who have turned to less than legal methods to fund their art and evade the oppressive and controlling authorities that control the city. Under the banner of the Bohemians, you have been recruited to form your own crew, a restoration unit, as the Bohemians call it, to help clandestinely encourage the flourishing of art and culture among the common people, often against the wishes of the authorities. So we've already quickly introduced your characters. So let's quickly recap our crew here called Memories Rest. You are mechanically the crew playbook is called Shadows. So you are thieves, spies, and saboteurs. Your reputation as a crew is that you are unconventional. And your lair is in an old unused cistern in an underground tangle of ruins and aqueducts beneath the sort of main level of the city. You're starting out, so you're currently a tier 0 crew. already, based on some of the things that we have done in the previous session, you've got a little bit of heat on you. And there are already some people that don't like you very much. We'll go look at that in a second. But if you can look through and sort of see some of the crew upgrades and the lair, the workshop you have. You've got some training equipment, basically. One of the things to note is you have your contact here over on the right side in that gray box that says contacts. You have a what is he? He is. I want to say that is he a human? He is a human. A man named Joa, who is a barber and / medic. He is a bohemian, but also does some work for a group called the Ring March, who's a group of mercenaries occasionally. So one of the things that we get, the crew took the special ability Everyone Steals. So that means that all of you get to add +1 action rating to Prowl, Finesse, or Tinker, up to a maximum of 3. So everybody gets to pick an extra action dot here to put into either Prowl, Finesse, or Tinker. So what is everybody gonna... know what everybody's doing. Like I said, that's up to a maximum of 3. I don't think any of you have 2 in any of those.
I'm gonna add another one to Prowl.
Okay. A Prowl for Keva. Other thoughts?
Do the same.
Okay. Prowl for Thalvoama, and how about for Skelt?
I'm gonna be different. I'm gonna do Finesse.
All right, great. So this is just kind of reflective of your, the brief time that you've had. I mean, this crew is just starting out, but you're sort of runnings in these types of circles, I suppose, that you've picked up some skills along the way. Okay. Oh, I do want to go factions. So currently, as it stands, if you would like to follow along, you can go over to that faction city info handout. I'm on the faction info document here. So if you'd like to follow along, I'm just going to look through the factions that you have status with here. So working down the list, you have a -1 status with the unsheathed. Actually, let me find here where it talks about what status actually means. The faction game. 45. So just so you know, so neutral, 0 is neutral, obviously, and this goes all the way up to +3 and -3. +1 means this faction is helpful towards you. They'll help you if it causes no problems or significant cost for them. They expect the same from you. +2 is friendly. They'll help you if it doesn't create serious problems. And then +3 is allies. They'll help you even if it's not in their best interest. And expect the same from you. -1 is interfering. They'll look for opportunities to cause trouble for you or profit from your misfortune as long as it causes no problems or significant cost to them. They expect the same. -2 is hostile. They'll look for opportunities to hurt you as long as it doesn't create serious problems and expect you to do the same and take precautions against you. And then if you get to -3, you are at war with that faction. They'll go out of their way to hurt you, even if it's not in their best interest. They expect you to do the same, take precautions. And there's a whole bunch of stuff that happens when you're at war. It's not necessarily the best, but it can be really interesting. So you currently have a -1 with the Unsheathed, which is basically the kind of military police. They're an arm of the Iron Scabbard. You have a -1 with the Rebuker's Table, which is an arm of the Knights of the Holy Ground. They're kind of in basic terms like the paranormal police-ish. You have a +1 with the Ring March, which is a mercenary group that operates in the south of the city. That's the group you have that +1 because of your relationship with Joa. You have a +2 with Bohemians, obviously, because they're kind of your bosses. Um, +1 with Thunderhook's Gambit, their sort of smugglery group. A -1 with the Society of Acceptable Losses. They are a group of rich people that want to be like the Illuminati, but are just getting started. You have a -2 with Eniket Sanctuary. This is they're a religious group that is real big on Eniket, which is the river. Rivers are sentient in this world, by the way, so that's a thing. Just fun fact. So the river Eniket is the river that you see sort of flows along and underneath the eastern part of the city there. They do not like you because your base, in particular, because your base is in this sort of underground cistern, and among these old aqueducts and things like that. And so they, I think, in general, sort of see you as kind of profaning the waters of Eniket and things like that. The Silken Song Camerata, you have a -1 with. They're a group of terrible musicians who play for rich people and are the worst. I don't know that you'll be dealing much with them, but we did deal with them a little bit in the last one. Great. So that gives us all of that. So let's get you your mission. So we met separately, I believe, from the other half of your group. So they had a briefing with Helbora in the back of a tavern. So we're gonna switch it up a little bit and say that you are having this meeting in, let's see, like an pop-up art gallery kind of a thing, because Bohemians are cool with art and stuff. So their base of operations is down here, if you can see me pinging, in Reschlinweft, which is one of the poorest neighborhoods. It's kind of striped across by these sheer cliffs, so it's very hard to get around on foot. Practically next to impossible. It's a big hub for criminal activity. Basically anything south of this sort of middle wall called the Belt Wall here is sort of more poor, more industrial, and slightly less policed than the northern parts of the city. So the Bohemians have set up shop down here in Reschlinweft, and there's let's say there's a sort of like kind of old like barn like building that's kind of big and empty. There's like lots of there's holes in the roof and stuff like that. And the Bohemians have sort of set up this kind of impromptu art gallery showing here.
Nice.
And so you guys are chilling in this. You've been told to meet there as to meet with Helbora, who Helbora is the current leader of the Bohemians. She's a Pokken, so she is sort of short, like hobbit or dwarf sized, and is covered in quills on like their back of their head and their back and stuff like that, sort of like a hedgehog or something. And she is like late 30s, light brown skin. Her quills are black and fade to white, peppered lightly with an earthy red. She's been the leader of the Bohemians here for a while, in Marshall's Cloak. And by a while, I mean, most of the interesting parts of the history of this have been in the past, like 5 to 7 years. I think she was doing stuff before that, but besides the point. So the the other sort of big piece of her is that she's the kind of person that has clearly seen some things. And actually, Keva, you would know um, more of the specifics of kind of what went on
Mm.
here. Because there was in that sort of 5 to 7 years ago, she and a group had gone into um, investigate something that was going on with the Knights of the Holy Ground up here in Diadem, and had gotten captured during that infiltration. And I believe, Kevin, we said that you were somehow instrumental in getting her, eventually bringing her back out.
Yeah.
And that was part of sort of how and part of the how and the why of why you left,
Mhm.
and those sorts of things. So I would imagine that you would have, some manner of history here with her.
Okay.
But she came out of that a changed person. She talks very little, keeps to herself, um, and is still very um, focused and competent. She didn't lose any of that, but she's a much more inward person than she used to be, and sort of is clearly kind of haunted. So she's sort of walking, and sort of appears around a corner as you are, the three of you are perusing this gallery. And she is flanked by her second in command, Kano, who is a human male in his 40s. And he's, often kind of shadowing her. But she walks up to you, like I said, sort of comes around a corner and gives you all a little bit of nod, and then turns to stand and look at a painting. Um, I think it's like a cool landscape, or something. um, but she's staring at it and uh, says, "Thank you for coming. I have some work for you. Um, there is an artifact that we've heard tell of, and information on it is strangely sparse. You all would know, one of the things that the Bohemians deal in is information. That's one of their big kind of things. Um, and so for even the Bohemians to have little information on something is kind of a thing of
Mm.
note. Um, so uh, she tells you of this artifact, and says, all we know is that it is due to be transported from Ironmast Shipyard up to a manor in Elskenweft, and we are tasking Memory's Rest with intercepting this artifact and retrieving it. The other half of your group is being tasked with infiltrating the manor of the Nobes Artiga, who is the receiving point of this artifact. Their job is to gain the plans of the root of this artifact, as we know very little about it. Once they have that in hand, that will be passed off to you, and then your job is to intercept that transport and to retrieve the artifact and bring it back to us. The score on this has the potential to be significant. And as such, it is fitting, since this will be my last act as leader of the Bohemians here in Marshall's Cloak. I am being recalled back to Newwater Nest. So I trust that this will go as well as it can. And then sort of she gets kind of lost in staring at this painting a little bit. Um, and I think Kano comes up and hands you some, some information that they have, and asks you if you have any questions about what it is you're supposed to be doing here. For reference, this kind of area down here, this is the Iron Mast shipyard, and Elskenwept is up here, which is where it's supposed to be going.
I don't know. Sounds pretty straightforward.
Yeah.
Yep. Find an
Um,
item, bring it to its place.
so this is all. So I think if that's all, then she sort of gives you a nod to dismiss you, and this is a handful of days out from the actual time this is supposed to happen. So I guess they would have told you that this is all supposed to be happening on the night of the festival of the Vigil of Flame, which unless many of you have been in the city for less than a year, is probably something that you would be familiar with. The festival as a whole is like a 2-part thing. There's the Vigil of Flame, which this is a festival that happens every year. The vigil starts at dusk, and is a is a time when there's this kind of a building sense of like existential dread among everybody. This is sort of a thing that affects basically everybody in the city. And like I said, it's something that you would be generally familiar with. And then at midnight is when this over here, this sort of hole in the ground, the maw, basically shoots up a sky laser, and there's a sort of this weird ghostly spectral form of what looks like a baby Toberon that kind of goes through the motions of sort of the shadow play of its last moments, and then eventually falls and ends up down here, where what people refer to as the Little One is this basically this form of this fallen and lifeless little Toberon. And so that's obviously a thing that is a very uncomfortable experience for people.
Can't
And
imagine why.
yeah. And so during this Vigil of Flame, which starts at dusk and goes through the night, it's this time when people sort of remember the dead, and remember people that have passed. There are people who like swear they can talk to the spirits of their dead family, and things like that. There's lots of general sort of spookiness and this sort of buildup of dread that goes through the night up until the erupting of the maw. And then at dawn starts the second part of this festival, which is called the Festival of Growth, which then is a sort of celebration of like, hey, we're all still alive, we're celebrating life, that kind of thing. And there's lots of traditions that go on through the city that involve all that. But this, the transportation of this artifact is supposed to be happening during that evening, and is going to end up at this party at a lady named the Nobis Artiga. Her manor. There's a big party at her manor that evening, and this artifact is supposed to be taken to her manor and then displayed at a gallery there. So, unless anybody has any ideas about things they might want to, sort of legwork you might want to do to try and find some information out, you can look and see any of your your friends or contacts or whatever that you have in your playbook character sheet, if you think anybody might be helpful. unless anybody has any ideas about that kind of stuff, that we can try and gather some information, we can kind of jump into what's going on when you receive the information from that the other crew retrieved, and we can get going here. Does anybody have anything like that?
I guess I could check with Nyla, my high class broker of information.
Okay.
Ooh.
Nyla, yeah. Let's see, what do I have written about her? She was. Oh, I literally just have human female high class broker. Great. So what? Where? Where do you meet her?
I believe she would. Yeah, she works in the wealthier district because she's high class.
Mm-hmm.
So probably at like a cafe.
Cool.
Or something like that.
So, let's see. So, Prevailers Gird is the area where your underground lair is. That is kind of like the, for lack of a better word, like the market district. There's plenty of fancy people that deal in that area. And then the other big money areas are Bastion Ridge here, which is sort of like the old money district, and then Elskenweft, which is like the new money district, basically. So any of those three that sound interesting to you in terms of how to set this up?
I would say probably somewhere near the route that we would expect them to take.
Okay.
So
I
maybe in
think.
the new money area.
Sorry, what was that last part you said?
So maybe in the new money area if that's where the person lives.
Sure. Great. Do you think that's where she lives?
Is that's what you said, isn't it? That the where
Sorry, where
Nyla
Nyla lives. Yeah.
um
Or maybe works there if she's. Do you think she just like? Do you think she is a like a high class person herself, or that's just like the circles that she runs in?
That's a good question. I would say he at least well she's high class enough now
Mm-hmm.
that she could probably afford to live in one of
Okay.
those areas. She probably would be new money as well because I don't think she would have grown up wealthy.
Got it.
Mm.
So let's make a note of that. Great. So she just meets you in a little cafe. I think she is, very well dressed. And how generally how old are you thinking? For her, just so we can get a bit of a picture.
Probably middle aged.
Okay. So like 40s or 50s or something.
Probably lower 40s, maybe
Lower
upper
40s.
30s.
All right. Early 40s. Any other any other like quick touchstones of like what she might look like? Or just kind of what type of person she is? I have some fun random tables that we can do some rolls on if you don't have any specific ideas.
I feel like she would be at least someone you would more easily open up to.
Okay. She's very
So,
like personable and charismatic.
yeah, maybe gorgeous or something like that.
Yeah.
I don't know what would. Maybe not too gorgeous because then you would be intimidated. Right?
At least attractive.
Yeah.
Great. Okay, what do you so you sit down in this cafe, what kind of information are you looking to get from her?
Um, I guess um, who the or I guess who the lady deals with, and ideas of what the thing might be, and what I guess what kind of things she collects in the first place.
Mhm.
Um, I don't know how much of this we would already know.
Yeah, I mean, there's a little bit in there that I think you would already know, but this is a good thing to ask and get some info on. So let's do what is called a fortune roll or a gather information roll here. So this is a roll that doesn't necessarily have the potential for disastrous consequences, but is just going to be a marker of basically how much information we're going to get out of this. Um, so how this will be a roll we'll do with one of your attributes here. So to figure out which one that is, how do you think your like what's your uh approach basically with are you trying to like sort of buddy up schmooze with her, or are you trying to sort of like um wheedle your way in and convince her to give you information, or are you trying to you know what do you think your angle is here?
Uh, Gosh, Hmm, what do we? I don't remember. We had any of details of our history together. Probably not.
I don't think we had anything to decide it, but I'm more than willing to establish some things off the cuff here.
Can I just make it so she owes me something, or um, maybe we typically exchange information
Hmm.
freely, or like because I'm probably a pretty good knowledge source because I'm ancient.
Sure,
Um,
sure.
Maybe we mutually trade info.
Hmm.
So just like conversationally, I guess.
Okay. Sure. So as a player, you're the one that gets to decide basically what attribute you want to roll here. If you mouse over any of the attributes, it gives you a little pop-up of kind of what that is. To me, this sounds like probably either a consort or a sway. Um,
Yeah, take consort.
yeah, I think that makes sense to me. So go ahead, you can just click right on that on the word consort, and then it should give you a couple pop-ups asking about position, effect, and all that kind of stuff. None of that matters right here. I think there's an option for fortune in the first.
Risky, control, desperate, and fortune.
Yeah, just click fortune for that.
Okay.
I think the next should
Standard,
be,
limited, great, extreme, or zero.
yeah, just hit standard for that. That doesn't matter.
Alright. Bonus dice.
Zero bonus dice.
Bonus dice.
Um, okay, so that's a 3. So in this, yeah, just to quick review, in this system, we have a 1 to 3 is the sort of the least, is basically a failure, or in this context of a fortune roll, is a limited amount of information that you're getting. 4 to 5 is a sort of a decent amount of information, or a mixed success, and a 6 is a full success or great amount of information. So I think, um, and this is actually similar to one of the other conversations that we had in a previous game where someone's trying to get some information from one of their contacts. And so with a 3 here, the reason she says, I think, let's say that she's got like sort of long dark hair, um, in like a braid or something, that she's just sort of leaned back in her chair and just sort of like toying with the end of her braid here, and she says, if you're looking for information on the Nobes Artiga, you're not gonna find much. She is very secretive, and I I I don't have much to offer you here. Um, pe- Most people know that she tends to fancy herself a bit of an expert on artifacts of the Kangrazan's cartographers, who um, uh, anyone with sort of I guess like historical knowledge or whatever. Like, the Kangrazan's cartographers were a group of beings with like sort of weird, crazy, godlike power that lived a long time ago. Most people think they're basically extinct at this point. Some people are less convinced of that. The Knights of the Holy Ground, their kind of whole thing is being a guard against the cartographers. So Keva, you would sort of certainly
Mm-hmm.
be familiar with what they're about, but
Yeah.
so she tells you that the Nobes Artiga fancies herself as a sort of a an expert on these things. Um, uh, that's not necessarily always accurate, but um, if I had to guess, I would I would venture to say that the whatever she's involved with has something to do with the cartographers. But uh, like I said, there's not much information to go around here. She keeps lips very tight wherever she goes.
Dang.
So that's that. Does anybody else have anything they want to check in here with?
Mhm.
Nope, doesn't look like my friends are much help.
Cool. All right. So, on the night of the festival, what do you think you oh wow, I completely forgot a sort of important piece of this to tell you. Um, the So to review, basically your mission objectives here are to intercept the transport and retrieve the artifact, escape with it, and then eventually bring it back to the Bohemians so they can sell it or whatever. Um, and they would have also told you that one of the other smaller restoration units, a crew called Finale's Rest, um, which is a group of three. They are making them available to you, to the three of you on your sort of piece of this mission. So as this is going through here, we can kind of make use of them. So there are three of them, and they also have a small little um, uh, flying boat. Flying ships are common. They're all around here. So they have a little, the equivalent of a, little like skiff or fishing boat kind of a thing. That this they as a crew are involved with more sort of smugglery things and that kind of stuff. So that's what they have their little boat called. Their ship is called the Temptations Taken, Thought for Truth. Ships have weird, goofy, poetic names in here because that's me. Um, so anyway,
We love it.
So to be clear, they are sort of available to help you with whatever you're deciding to go on here. So what what are the three of you doing on the night of this? What are you sort of where are you? Paint me a little picture of sort of what you guys are doing as you're kind of waiting for the word from the other crew, waiting to get that information. Are you are you all anxious? Are you like pumped up and ready to go, or um, what does this look like?
Hmm. I feel like I might be a little bit anxious because if we had word that it has to deal with the cartographers, maybe that would be stirring up
Mm-hmm.
some emotions and some memories. So I would be a little bit anxious.
Totally. Anybody else?
I think I'm
Uh,
probably indifferent.
Just here to do a job.
yeah, I think my character is kind of just like I don't want to say bored, but like he just always used to like going out and about, and he's just sitting here during the festival, just like he's just like, hey, where's this info? Just want to just move along and
Just
get
want to
along
get
with it. So
rolling.
yeah,
Nice. So I'm the dramatic one. Love it.
I think we're getting paid double because it's a holiday.
Oh
It's
yeah.
just bonus time and a
Go.
half.
I don't think we're getting paid at all, but
Ah,
Where is my? Oh, right, because there's a second part of the table of contents here. Engagement. Okay, so um, the way we get to start this mission off um, is first of all, so if you guys are in like a some kind of safe house or something, um, like I said, sort of generally the where the artifact was supposed to be coming uh from Iron Man shipyard down here and ending up in Elskin Weft. So um just for positioning purposes, do I have a token for the crew? I don't know that I do. Let's make
The blue token?
that's your lair.
Oh.
Um let's make a little we'll do this. Steal Iridia's NPC token. Um do. So here, can you see that bluish
Yep.
token
Yep.
there? Let me, because I should also make one for the other group.
is the trough also a big hole in the ground?
Yes. Save. Okay. Yeah, the trough is basically like a big kind of canyon, sort of where like the basically where the spine of this big creature would be. It's a big old like shanty slum down in the bottom of it. It's gross. Um, Skelt would know that that's kind of where the Blue Fingers, because I think you've got a friend in the Blue Fingers. That's where they uh, sort of have their little kingdom. But then there's these two sets of bridges that go over the trough, um, uh, and separate, sort of go between the sections of the city here, over to the these are the agricultural fields and that kind of stuff, which is a big thing in this city. Um, so where do you think you guys would sort of generally be trying to hole up and wait for the call here?
I mean probably somewhere near a lair, right?
Somewhere near here.
Unless, yeah.
Cool, great. I think that makes sense. So we'll sort of set you out here, and we can say that Finale's Rest is kind of generally here-ish as well. We can sort of see when we get there what's going on. But anyway, so you're holed up in this. If you're down in this sort of territory, this is part of sort of Redworks or the Iron Mass shipyard. Like maybe it's some kind of warehouse or something. Redworks is the big kind of like industrial district. Basically, there's lots of sort of smithies and like factory type things,
Mm.
and that kind of stuff. And even, actually, that's a good question. Um, I think even on a holiday night like this, because this is this sort of more um, kind of oppressive type setting, I think there would still be plenty of people sort of working in here. Maybe it's or in this general district, so maybe it's not quite as smoky and gross as it normally is, but it's not dead even on this festival night. So as the night sort of drags on, we're kind of past dusk here a little bit. Um, uh, the uh, the sun has gone down and it's starting to get dark. And you're in this sort of factory safe house. And I think you would probably be getting information. One of the things that is true in this world about the Bohemians in general, they have these things called sending plates that are basically a way to transmit information over longer distances. And it's a thing that the Bohemians have access to that is a very tightly held secret and very tightly controlled because it's extremely valuable, and it's one of the things that gives the Bohemians a leg up in their information trade. So you're probably sitting in this kind of warehouse with someone operating a sending plate. It's like this huge, the size of like a desktop, basically this big sort of slate type thing. Someone sitting there operating it. When the word comes through the sending plate, sort of via, words get sort of scrawled, words and symbols kind of get scrawled across the top of it. That this operator interprets and lets you know that they have indeed retrieved the plans from of the root of this. So they let you know that the root um, is as such. So from Iron Mass Shipyard, it is supposed to be sent disguised as a shipment of seed across South Bridges, which is the South group of bridges here, across South Bridges and into a greenhouse, which then it will be transferred to another disguised shipment of food back across North Bridges, which is this group here, into Prevailer's Gird, this section up here, and then finally transferred again into a disguised shipment of wine to be then taken to the gathering at Artiga's Manor. And then all of this was to be overseen by Major Kirik, who is a female Pokken sort of officer, basically, in the Unsheathed. And she was going to be staying at this as a guest of honor at this manor before she was supposed to leave and oversee the transportation of this artifact. So she was supposed to be kind of inconspicuously tailing it on a little skyship patrol, and a number of other unsheathed units were kind of following, shadowing it on the ground as it was moving. So this was all to be done very secretly, very kind of clandestinely. And then as you get that, you're like, all right, here we go. So a few more pieces of information come through. They also confirm what you found out, that this is thought to be an artifact of cartographer origin. They also tell you that at least according to Artiga, she was convinced the artifact was going to somehow activate at midnight, which is when the mall erupts and this whole thing. And that's was supposed to be there in her gallery. And that was supposed to be this whole big kind of show thing. Hence the theatrics of the gallery. The other piece of information that they give you that comes through the last thing that happens here on the sending plate is that Major Keurig knows. That the two other members of your crew, Chayla and Issel, barely managed to snag the plans away from Major Keurig at the end. Chayla sustained extremely significant injuries, and managed to wound Major Keurig, but could not detain them, as was sort of like part of their optional objectives. Basically, they were going to try and slow Major Keurig down a little bit to give you guys a little bit of a head start. But Major Keurig is a small little pocket, but she's kind of a boss and tore them up a little bit. So she was not slowed down by them, and she also knows that she's on to you guys, that she knows that someone is after this, and that someone was, there were people there to get the plans from her. So so she is wise to that. So with all of that information, I can sort of draw, let's see, what color should I make this path? Let's make it orange, because why not? So the path of this thing was supposed to come up here, across here, come out to a greenhouse there, and then let's change the color because it's changing shipment, and then was coming over North Bridges into Prevailers Gird, and then changing over to a wine shipment to eventually make its way up to Nobes Artiga here. So that's kind of generally the route that this was supposed to take. So now we get to decide, we get to do what's called an engagement roll. So rather than sort of acting out all the planning and, maybe we should do this, maybe we should do that. The engagement roll is one of those mechanics that I was talking about before that gets to be a role that tells us sort of what's happening as you sort of get into the action. So we have to, or sort of you as players have to decide basically what the only thing you have to decide about this plan that you're putting into effect is the type of plan. So we don't have to decide on all the details of it. So we just decide whether it's one of these 6 options that they give you, and then we choose one detail point based on what plan you pick. We make a roll, and then that roll determines kind of where we zoom the camera in and find out what's happening here. So we can talk about sort of what your approach here is a little bit, and then we'll decide on the type of plan we're doing, and then we'll make the roll, and we'll go from there. So the types of plans that we can do are the following. So there's assault, which is do violence to a target. There's deception, which is to lure, trick, or manipulate. There's stealth, which is to trespass unseen. There's occult, which is engage a supernatural power. There's social, which is negotiate, bargain, or persuade. And transport, which is carry cargo or people through danger. So again, that's assault, deception, stealth, occult, social, or transport. And then based on that, we'll pick a single detail for each one of those. But what are people thinking here about how we want to, what type of plan we want to do, how we sort of generally want to approach what's going on here as you get the word in? And to be clear on the timing of this, so you would be getting this information, knowing that you're receiving this information as Major Keurig is leaving Nobes Artiga's manor to basically come and oversee this this thing. Again, knowing that you're that something is up.
I mean, I feel like stealth or transport make the most sense to me because we would want to be stealthy, right?
Yeah, just to a clarifying point here on transport. So transport is would be so carry cargo or people through danger. So just because this involves you sort of looking to get to a transport doesn't necessarily mean that the plan that you're enacting is a transport plan. It could be, but that's the kind of thing where I'm trying to think of an example of what a transport plan is. Like you all sort of setting up in a convoy and sort of running down the highway and trying to
Gotcha.
So that's kind of like what their plan is. They're in a transport plan.
Basically, yeah.
Oh, okay.
Would deception be a window of like, us deceiving someone and getting on board the shipment with the item?
It could be. I think that's something that if that's something we're interested in, we could figure out how to make that work. But it's like I said, it's the this is it's basically this artifact is being moved through the course of three separate at least according to the plan that was given to you. Is being moved through basically three separate like carts. So it's not like a whole convoy or anything. It's clear that this is being made to be as sort of inconspicuous as possible. That all of these were
too late to bribe one of these guys.
It's never too late to do anything.
We don't have to do anything. We could just let him drop it in the right drain. We'll end up where we want it.
I don't know. I mean, we can always assault when the enemy's being moved from the first transport to the second.
Sounds like she's pretty powerful though, so it might not be wise.
But she is wounded.
She's wounded, and I guess the other thing I'll say is that she specifically at least is just on her way right now. Yes, she's in a skyship, a small one, but I'll say if you're intending to attack early, that's probably to your benefit because you're trying to get on it earlier. Basically the longer you wait on this on the route, the more opportunity there is for her to get things in place to sort of change the plan and to that kind of stuff. So I'll say that there's based on the information you have gotten, that's stuff that you could surmise about the situation in general.
So this entire route's being delivered by skyship?
No, this is all being delivered by individual carts on the ground. Major Kirik was supposed to be sort of inconspicuously sort of overseeing the route of it, as if she was like out on patrol or something in a skyship. But the actual transport itself was happening on the ground. Again, because the original idea was to be as secretive as possible about this whole thing.
So then either we have to... Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, you go.
I was going to say, we either have to attack or be sneaky, right? I mean, we either have to attack first or be sneaky and either follow it or be sneaky and get it as soon as we can.
Yeah, I mean, I imagine that we want to keep our eyes on it or, be near it, in case, what's her name happens to, in case Kirik, does decide to change the plan, we want to, know about it at least. So we definitely want to be near it, whether that's sneaking or following the cart in the background or.
That sounds just like the plot of The Italian Job to me.
Yeah, you're right.
We just need to drop it into the sewers. In traffic.
And have your Mini Coopers ready. And
exactly.
Just ship and flow the dock, waiting for the gold, and yeah.
Good to go.
We could ramp it off one of those bridges into the slums. We
It's
could knock it
perfect.
off.
I mean, Dan said we have a small window of opportunity to attack, so I say why not?
With
So,
attacking, I'm
yeah,
the
Well,
only
I would
fighter,
say,
though, right?
well,
in general, I mean, Skelt's good at shooting things.
Okay. Okay.
Uh, but yeah, I mean, so I would say it sounds like you're probably either coming down to assault or stealth here. I think are probably
Hmm.
um. So
deception count? Because, like, from what I understand about luring people into places, well, if they're on a planned track, you gotta put a roadblock in their way and then lure them down the wrong street and to where they won't be witnessed when
Yeah,
they
where
that's
they
then.
can't be
yeah,
easily followed.
that's potentially a
Uh,
play there too.
yeah.
Yeah, lure, trick, or manipulate. So I mean, luring them into a trap, basically.
But would
Yeah.
they be on to us if we did that? Would it be like, oh, this is clearly a trap? We
Well,
must find.
I mean, one of the advantages you have is that you got the information got to you faster
Mm.
than they can do it. So the information,
Ugh.
because of the sending plates, got to you immediately. As soon as they could run out
Get
and
it?
get
Yeah.
to the other sending plate on the other side. But so you got that information while Major Keurig is still en route, and we're in a sort of fantasy setting, so there's not cell phones or anything, so they can't be
Right.
like, they're on to you, stop, go on. So they can only enact that kind of thing as soon as they get to it or
Ooh.
whatever. So
Yeah, then I feel like that makes the most sense.
cool.
Yeah.
So the detail we want for the deception plan, if that's what we're deciding on, is the method of deception. So so it sounds like you're looking to do that kind of cause a detour kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
Where do you think you would like to do that?
Well, we would want to catch it early, right? So getting, I mean, the bridge, there's only the one bridge over.
Yeah.
So either
So
like,
just to be clear, so you're understanding things properly. So this South Bridges and North Bridges are basically this network of bridges. Let me.
uh,
Where did I write that?
Right.
High above this, I'm a terrible drawer. You don't want to see that. High above this furnace, if you can be appreciated to two sets of bridges that have almost become neighborhoods, each in their own right, simply called North Bridges and South Bridges. They are tangled but resilient webs of spanners of nearly every shape, size, and construction, dotted with many little houses, huts, and hovels perched, often precariously along their lengths and edges. South Bridges is the smaller of the two and mostly just acts as a passageway from the outer fields into both halves of the city above and below the belt wall, which means it is also carefully controlled by the unsheathed. And then, North Bridges is a separate thing, but so
There's
that's
lots of cops there.
generally there would be because the this belt wall this area right here is the belt wall garrison. That's kind of like the unsheathed sort of fortress of operation there.
Right next to that. Huh?
And all the brown lines are walls, in case that wasn't clear.
Oh,
Hmm.
alright.
So how does one get to the grove on the far right?
Iniket's Grove is down.
Okay.
So if you imagine this whole thing, well, maybe not the best way to say it, but this whole thing is the back of a giant creature. Basically the
Yeah.
back of a giant six-legged creature. So like if you're looking at its right arms, this is one here, this is one here, sort of starting from here and going down that way. And then this is its back. So this sort of edge of the cliff here is way high, and this river, the river Enoket is all the way down on ground level. So this is probably like a good I don't know, couple 100 feet up above the
Oh.
at least um above. And this kind of slopes down. This area here is like a little landing, and then that's maybe only like 100 feet or something above the rest of the thing here. It's hard to draw verticality in maps when you're not good at it.
So a detour heading for the Grove probably isn't a good plan. Which is fall
Yeah, probably.
fall
and
off
that's
said mountain.
and that's also really far away.
Yeah. Okay.
They'd probably
The
catch on
part.
before.
Oh, sorry, no, you go.
I just said they'd probably catch on before they got there, and
Also
they'd
probably
turn
true.
around.
Yeah.
I mean, maybe. Who knows?
So the wall right above or right north of where we are.
You
How
can if
we
you click
get
and
to
hold on the
that?
map, that you can do the little ping thing.
Oh, right. Oh, right here.
Mm-hmm.
That is that a wall that we cannot get through?
There is, it's really hard to see. I know I didn't. So right here is a gate
Mhm.
door, and then I think there's one here below the belt wall, and then one here above the belt wall, and then otherwise the only way to get through from the south to the north, or vice versa, through the belt wall is to go through the garrison here.
Okay.
Otherwise, you've got to go out across the bridge and back in.
Mm-hmm.
So
Like,
could we
why are you
technically
around?
go through here and
Mhm.
then go through here? Like if we intercepted it here and then went through here, and then through this one, and then just straight up, is that
Yeah, I mean, I'm not necessarily. We don't necessarily need to talk about like what your exit plan is. We
Oh,
can sort of establish that as we go.
okay?
This is more about sort of what our kind of starting point is here.
Mhm.
So I think to try and simplify this, are we trying to set up your little detour ambush thing? I'm trying to see where the actual border of this is. This pencil line's got really light. So are you trying to set this ambush up in the northern parts of Iron Mass Shipyard here, or potentially Redworks? I don't know where that boundary exactly is, or out here on the bridges. I'll say either way, because the Unsheathed also like to try and exercise as much control as possible over the shipyard. It's not quite as severe as some of the other places. Most of their influence is kind of above the belt wall. Um, uh, but they're going to be pretty strict about guarding gates and stuff like that. But I mean, this is what you do. You've got ways around this, and you also in your crew thing, you have access to underground maps and passkeys. So you've got access to sort of underground routes through the city and stuff like that. So
Okay. Yeah, that helps.
Mm-hmm.
I personally think we should try to do the Prevailers Gird, because that's where our headquarters are, and isn't that like our parade ground or whatever it's called, or where we name our,
your hunting grounds, is that what they call it?
or we keep our hunting.
Your hunting grounds are, where is it? Where is it? Oh, I guess it's that. Is technically up in Elskenweft. But that's, I mean,
Okay.
that's not really that
Oh,
is yeah, not really here nor there.
Maybe. Well, so I was thinking. So if we could have two, um, like two plans, like a backup plan. My first plan would be to um divert the shipment before it gets to the transfer point in Prevailer's Gird, and then get it underground somewhere, or somewhere we can easily uh, uh, get the artifact from whoever's on board.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and then our backup plan could be um, replacing the the secondary vehicle before they get to it, and then uh, so they bring the artifact to us, and we'll be in disguise, and they'll just give it to us, and we can go off to on our merry way with it.
Oh, so like you're saying,
Mm.
if you go to the like whatever, like the first transport point here, right? So this it's
Mhm.
supposed to be like a shipment of seed going to a greenhouse, and then it's supposed to get transferred to a shipment of whatever I said, a shipment of food back across. If you show up to the spot where it's supposed to transfer,
Hmm.
uh,
Yeah, put in one
and
of our men or something.
you get
Yeah.
there and take out the crew of the second shipment or whatever, and then you are the ones that it gets transferred to. Is that what you're saying?
If we like break a wheel of theirs, or accidentally break their ruin their brakes, and then send them down a hill, and then bring our trailer, or our
Yeah, we're perfect.
carriage
Yeah. A
in,
perfect
and
mirror
put it in
image
place of
of
theirs.
their cart. Yeah.
Yeah.
So they don't.
Okay. I think that sounds fine.
Love it.
And that's early enough on the route that again I think you're probably still having the element of surprise or whatever. So let's go ahead and do our engagement roll. That's if that's our that you're doing a deception plan where you're basically trying to um uh sort of you're trying to be the ones that sort of receive the artifact of that first drop transfer point,
Mhm.
um rather than the intended party. um so let's get this engagement roll. So we have to do item loadouts before we go as well, so I'll try to forget that. But here we go. Engagement roll. Once the players choose a plan and provide its detail, the GM cuts to the action, describing the scene as the crew starts the operation and encounters their first obstacle. Um, this is the engagement roll. So the engagement roll is a fortune roll starting with 1d, 1 die for sheer luck. Anytime they say 2d, 1d, whatever, they're just talking about dice. In case that wasn't clear. So starting with 1d for sheer luck, modify the dice pool for any major advantages or disadvantages that apply. So we go through these. Is this operation particularly bold or daring? What do we think? Convince
I
me.
mean,
To a point. It's like we have to get the item at some point, so we have to do something daring and bold along the way.
And I'll say you are also, kind of, you're a little under the clock here, because
It's
you know
now
that
or never.
Major
Yeah.
Keurig is coming
Yeah.
and whatever. So okay, so I'll give you that. So we're up to 2. Is this operation overly complex or contingent on many factors? I don't. So that would give you minus 1d. I don't think that's necessarily the case. I think this is there's a lot going on, but I think what you're doing is relatively straightforward.
Right. Take out the
Yeah.
crew, replace the cart. That's
Yeah.
you.
Yeah.
Yeah. You do set that
Um,
down, but we'll see.
so we're still right. So we're still on 2. Does the plan's detail expose a vulnerability of the target or hit them where they're weakest? Take +1. Yes, I think it absolutely does, because you're acting on details from this plan.
Mm.
Is the target strongest against this approach, or do they have particularly defenses or special preparations? Take -1d. I think not yet. So I think we'll not take that minus. So we're still at 3. Can any of your friends or contacts provide aid or insight for this operation? Take +1.
Well, we got the 4 people they're providing, right? Or 2
Yeah, you do have
their friends,
the
or
other group
Yeah.
That is true. So we'll take that +1 up to 4. Are any enemies or rivals interfering in the operation? I mean, obviously, Major Kirik is a
Yeah.
rival. It's directly.
What-
So take -1 for that. So we're back down to 3. Are there any other elements that you might want to consider? Maybe lower tier target, blah blah blah, higher tier targets. I think we're fine with that. Maybe there's a situation in the district that makes the operation more or less tricky. I think picking the location out here in the fields is probably keeping you from having to deal with extra amounts of unsheathed patrols like that. And whatever.
Corvallis Gird.
Yeah. So if you were trying to do this in their territory, it would be a little more complicated. Great. So before we make that roll, so we've got 3 dice to roll here. Let's decide on load. So load, if you pull out your character sheets. So this is at the beginning of each operation. We decide what our load is for the mission. So you'll be deciding between you'll see up there right below the name of your playbook. It says load, light, normal, heavy. Everybody see that?
Mm-hmm.
So the way items work in this is that basically everything is kind of nebulous until you decide to, quote unquote, pull it out of your bag. So when we're deciding on load, we're deciding on the maximum amount of basically blocks that you can use during the course of the mission. So if you choose to take 3 for light load, that means that you can take up to 3 sort of blocks of items. And the items you can take are, so the gray box of items, that's your special like class equipment, and then the stuff down in white is just
available to everyone.
General stuff that's available to anyone.
Oh.
If the name of the thing is italicized, that means it doesn't cost load.
Nice.
So does that mean like there's no downside to taking all of it every time?
I mean, yeah, you'll pull it out when you need it, but but
Yeah.
it doesn't cost your load.
Mhm.
Just also a quick note. So it's something that's labeled as fine, is like better quality, so you can get special bonuses for that kind of stuff too.
Ooh.
So then, besides the actual number of things for the load, there's also sort of this extra bit of what load is. So light load is you're faster, less conspicuous, and you blend in with citizens. So that's you're carrying stuff kind of under your coat, or whatever. Normal load is up to 5. You look like a scoundrel ready for trouble. So that's where you're starting to you have enough gear on there that people sort of notice you.
This guy's up to something.
Carrying your weapons or whatever. Up to 6 is heavy. And if you choose heavy, you're slower. You look like an operative on a mission. So that's you're kitted out, you're geared up, you're, you've done that full Arnold Schwarzenegger montage of putting on your war paint and strapping on 37 guns, that kind of thing. So that can affect how things go during the mission, and that kind of stuff. So let's go through and let's declare load before we make the engagement roll here. So let's start with Keva.
I mean, 3 would probably be the best thing to do, right? Because we want to look inconspicuous.
Sure. I mean, you are trying to deceive.
Yeah. So are we saying are we picking our things?
So you'll pick one and then click the box next to the load.
Okay. What is burglary gear? Do we need that?
Burglary gear.
Yeah, if you click, There you go.
Pry bar, vials of oil to silent squeaky hinges, a coil of wire and fishing hooks, a small pouch of fine sand.
That's fine.
It's pretty like so you don't need to declare any of the specific items right now. We're just declaring
Okay.
basically
3, 5, or 6.
yes, exactly.
Oh,
How
okay.
much potential for items you can have.
Gotcha. I'll say 3 then.
Okay. Light load for Keva. Skilt,
Also 3.
3, and Thalvoama.
Are we able to change this later on if we?
You not in the context of the mission. You get to choose different for different missions, so you get to choose at the beginning of every mission what load you're doing, but if
Gotcha.
we're choosing this now for the duration of this specific mission.
Gotcha.
Okay.
Right. Light probably as well.
Okay. So all 3 light. Okay, so who wants to make the roll for the engagement roll here?
Does it matter who
Not
does
really,
it?
no.
No.
I mean, unless you roll badly, then everyone's going to blame you.
I don't need that on my
How-
shoulders.
How dare you, computer-generated dice?
And I say you take the lead on the first one.
Okay, sure. I'll do it.
Okay,
Cool.
so go into the chat box and
'Kay.
type /R space
Okay.
3d6.
3 capital D.
It doesn't
6.
matter.
Oh.
Okay,
I
so
like
you
that.
rolled a 1, a 2, and a 6. So the way this system goes is oh no, I turned to a different page now. Is you roll a number of dice and then you take the best result.
Oh.
So it doesn't matter that it added them up. We're not paying attention
Oh.
to that. We're just looking at the individual numbers. Okay, here I am. 128. So you rolled a 6, which means that you got a good result. So you're in a controlled position when the
Yay.
action starts, which is great.
Sweet.
Fantastic. That's really great.
You're welcome, everyone.
So what that means is we zoom right into the action here. So you're in this transfer point out here. That's out in the agricultural field. So in this greenhouse. So you've snuck in to this greenhouse, and you found the crew of people that were waiting in this this cart that was supposed to be taking taking the artifact and then taking it up to Prevailer's Gird. So you get in there and you chokehold all the guys that are guarding it or whatever. You stash the bodies in the weeds of the greenhouse, or whatever. I don't know if anybody else has any fun camera shots here. And you put on their clothes or whatever, or their hats or something. I don't know. What does everybody look? What is what's the position you're taking up on the cart here? We'll say this was supposed to be a food cart, right? This guy's a shipment of food. Yeah. So this is a cart that's full of food. So as you get there, you get in and you roll up to the, you catch them on the way in. Basically, you roll up to the greenhouse and there's people that start, loading up some bags of food as you're waiting for the other cart to get in. So just quick, paint me the picture of what the 3 of you look like, sort of on and around this cart, and if you've donned some pieces of the other people's clothing as they were.
I say absolutely. We took all of their clothes and we took their positions.
Really cutting like some tall grass nearby, just watching them load up forward.
Oh, you're the outrider here. I mean, you are the most conspicuous, I'd say. Well, maybe. I mean, being a
Actually, probably nobody's gonna hide for
the Cortangel. I mean, it's not people Cortangel are basically, think of a centaur, except it's a raptor, like a dinosaur instead of a horse. Um,
Twice together, regardless.
the quick and dirty. Um, so uh, seeing a Cortangel is a relatively rare occurrence, but it's not like someone's gonna see you and go, "Oh man,
He's gonna rob us.
he's gonna rob us." Yeah, that's
Got it.
whatever. But by the same token, Valvalma being an Enfaith is also a pretty rare thing. Sometimes people are, thinking Faith or like spooky or magical or like some mystical thing. Um, being, this dark skinned person with like metal patterns all over themselves. But anyway, okay, so Skelt's sort of off in the fields, stalking through the the corn stalks, or fantasy corn stalks or whatever, close by. And who's so the other two of you are like on the cart. Who's driving the cart? Sort of make the
Probably
picture.
not me.
I mean, I guess I would drive the cart and put a cloak on, a cloak on or something, so they wouldn't be able to tell I was what I
Oh,
am,
okay,
I
so
guess.
you're trying to mask your
Oh
Enfaithness.
yeah.
Would how much do we expect that they would know who the people are, personally, that are supposed to be receiving these items?
That's a good question. I don't know that you would know the answer to that.
So prior to knocking unconscious or killing these receivers,
Mhm.
would we interrogate?
I don't. We can. I don't think that's necessary. I think I'd rather just sort of get into it, especially because you're in a controlled position. I think, for the sake of having rolled the 6 and being in a controlled position, we'll say that whatever you're doing is the expected thing, basically.
Because we are in a greenhouse, so even if we have to fight these people who are dropping off this stuff, we could fight them without her seeing because she's above, right?
Yes, and not necessarily even here yet.
Gotcha.
So, great. So, um, so in a controlled position, so you're in this cart, you're ready, and it's at this point it's getting sort of later into the night, and even all three of you, and you can tell all the other people sort of feel this sense of this, this building dread that everybody has, and so there's that just sort of general uneasiness around, in the air. um, uh, and uh, as you're sort of waiting there, you see this other cart come and pull in, that is loaded up with seed, and they come over to you, and they sort of, I think there's, let's say, three of them that were on this cart. I think one of them, um basically, I think you can tell that two of the people on this cart that's coming in are just like, you know they're regular workers there. And it's this one person that was sort of sitting in the back of the cart here with all the seed and everything, that is uh, relatively easy to mark as the one that's been paid off or is in on it or whatever, um, and knows what to do. So you see them kind of grab this bundle from the back of the cart, and sort of, as inconspicuously as possible, um, uh, walk over to your cart, give you a little kind of nod, and slip it in the back of your cart with the rest of the seed loading up. So yeah, I mean, getting this 6 rolled, you've got the thing and you're ready to go.
Woo.
So as you roll out here, you can see kind of across the fields as you're going over. You can see the sky ship that you would be able to recognize as an unsheathed ship that you would probably guess is, if not Major Keurig, is someone sort of watching out for this. Flying up basically over North Bridges here, coming towards you, and you you can see them sort of coming close to try and sort of mark the cart, to sort of be able to track it and follow it. What are you all doing from here? This is your sort of first step on the road out here.
I mean, we'd have to start out looking as inconspicuous as possible if we're being that closely monitored.
True.
So we're already on the cart.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Do we have someone positioned near where the object is? I mean,
do you is so if Thalvalon is driving, does Keva sort of jump back to?
Yeah, that makes sense.
someone
Guard.
stand over it and maybe swap it out without being noticed by the.
Ooh, that's fun.
Oh yeah.
Is that what you're trying to sort of put something else in its place to?
Oh.
Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
fun. I think that's neat. So let me think. So that would probably be, we can use one of the mechanics they talk about, which is a flashback. So again, this is one of the things that the mechanic specifically designed to help you not have to plan things out. There we go. Flashbacks. Let me read this up here. The rules don't distinguish between actions performed in the present moment and those performed in the past. When an operation is underway, you can invoke a flashback to roll for an action in the past that impacts your current situation. Maybe you convince the district watch sergeant to cancel the Blue Coat patrol tonight so you can make a sway to roll to see how that went. Blah, blah, blah. The GM sets a stress cost when you activate a flashback action. 0 stress is an ordinary action for which you had an easy opportunity. 1 stress is a complex action or unlikely opportunity, and 2 or more stress is an elaborate action that involved special opportunities or contingencies. So I think this is probably just 0 stress. This is probably something that made a lot of sense for you to have prepared a fake, basically.
Yeah.
So I think the way I'll have you kind of pay for this is I would like to have someone mark a load, basically, because I think this thing is big enough, and you didn't know how big it was, is the other thing. So maybe you had prepared a couple of different options or something. I don't know. But so, Keva, if you're the one doing this, or Thalvalama, if this was your idea, one of you should mark. I don't know. We can just have a thing that you can mark one of your load to spend one of your load, basically, to do this, because I don't think this even involves any kind of roll or anything like that. I just want to have some amount of cost to it. So who wants to do that?
Well, if I was inspecting it, does that make sense for me to have had it?
Sure. If you're the one green, so let's say, um,
An unusual weapon.
why don't we just say one load short? I don't know what that is. A useful item.
Oh, perfect. It's like,
Fake artifact.
love it.
Oh, I think you keep artifact. There you go. Okay. Great. Oh, did you make sure your 3 load is marked there? Great. So you jump into the back of the cart, and sort of swap that out. And so this, what do you do with the real one? Do you stash it in a bag or something, or do you
Ugh.
look at it? Do you?
I guess it depends how big it is. If I can just stash it on my person,
Mm-hmm.
or if I have like a bag or something.
I'm gonna say this is so this is the size of probably like a the sort of the bundle of this is probably the size of like a basketball
Oh, okay.
ish.
Hmm.
And is reasonably heavy.
Okay. I mean, I'm strong.
Yeah,
You just put
absolutely.
it under my wings, right?
I mean, like it's perfectly like if you want to just dump it in a bag that you have or something like that. That's
Oh, okay.
Yeah, probably
Um,
good.
Yeah.
I just didn't know
Yes.
if you wanted to stash it somewhere or like drop it or hide it in the bushes or hold it on you or anything like that. Or if you wanted to look at it, or I'm just interested in what you're doing here.
I mean, I probably did look at it to see, because I would be really interested to see what it actually was.
Mm-hmm.
With the knowledge base that I have with the cartographers, I
Yeah,
would have probably observed it.
totally. So let's do a quick gather information roll here. This sounds to me, if you're even taking a quick look at it, probably a study.
Okay.
Chris, close scrutiny to gather information and apply knowledge. Um,
Yeah.
that would be my guess. So if you don't have any dots in a thing,
I don't.
that means you are, instead of rolling 1d6, you're rolling 2 and you're taking the lower result.
Okay.
If you would like, so I guess this is a good time to say options of how this can go.
Mm-hmm.
The things that you can do to get bonus dice and results, basically. So there's a couple things. So one, you can get assistance from a teammate. So if one of the other people decides they want to help you, they can take 1 stress. So if you see right in your character sheet underneath of your vice purveyor, above your harm, there's a stress track that has 9. Right, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 ticks in it. Yeah. So if you get all the way up to 9 stress, then you gain a trauma. We can talk about what that is when it happens. It's not great. It's not the end of the world, but it's not great. So stress is your sort of resource to spend on doing things, basically. So if someone would like to assist, they can spend 1 stress. And give you a bonus die, which would bring you up to just rolling 1 die instead of rolling 2 and taking the lower.
Okay.
And also, to say, just because stress is a resource, because I've defined it as that, don't be afraid to spend your stress. I'll just sort of throw that out there. That's part of this sort of, don't be afraid to do risky things. So that's one option. You can get assistance from a teammate, which so they would spend 1 stress, say how they help you, and then that gives you plus 1d. Um, for a another bonus die, you can either push yourself, which is you taking 2 stress, so 2 stress, not just 1, and that's you being like, I'm really gonna do this thing, and then that would give you a bonus die. Or for this second bonus die, you can push yourself, or you can take what's called a devil's bargain. This says PCs in Blades are reckless scoundrels addicted to destructive vices. They don't always act in their own best interests. To reflect this, the GM or any other player can offer you a bonus die if you accept a devil's bargain. Common devil's bargains include collateral damage, unintended harm, sacrificing coin, betraying a friend or loved one, offender anger faction, starter take a troublesome clock, add heat to a crew, or suffer harm. So basically, if you say, hey, can I hear a devil's bargain? That's me saying, okay, I will give you a bonus die, but this thing is also going to happen.
Oh.
Okay. And you can hear the offer and then accept or decline. You don't need to,
Okay.
whatever. So so you can either push yourself or accept a devil's bargain. You can't do both of them. But
Okay.
doing either of those things will also give you a bonus die.
Well, I will offer up a die for a point of stress, so that's an option on the
Perfect.
table.
I
feel like-
think that sounds good.
I mean, it's probably too early to do a devil's bargain. Obviously, you can definitely hear it out because that's interesting, and 1 stress is better than 2. So
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
So my question there would be how are you helping, especially if you're off in the bushes or whatever? How are you helping her sort of study this artifact?
yeah, I didn't really think about that.
Offering emotional support.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, well, how are we really communicating? If I'm not, next to her.
Yeah, I mean, I think so. I think that's like maybe a bit of a stretch unless you want to give up your position in the bushes or whatever. But that's
Or would helping be like maybe he, or can we not do that? He takes it instead, or is that a different?
Yeah, that can also be the thing. If you want to do that, if you both want to.
Because isn't he the most like inconspicuous, anyways?
Not necessarily. Yeah. So I don't know. So what do you want to do? You want to I think basically that's what comes down to. You either like can pass it off to him, or that's him coming, basically giving up his kind of position here to come help you look at it real quick. So what do you think of that, Skelt?
I mean, yeah, I don't see any harm in doing so.
Okay. Great. So go ahead and tick that stress box. You just click on the first little. There you go. So
do I get rid of the fake artifact and he checks it?
Yeah, well, let's go ahead and do the roll, and then we can sort of talk about exactly what this looks like. So go ahead and hit study. Click on study. And so that would be position would be just fortune. It doesn't matter. Effect is just standard. And then you would add 1 bonus die at the end.
Oh, so fortune roll. It just asked me for the position.
Yeah, that's just fortune. Yeah.
Okay.
And then it should ask for effect. Just put standard. That doesn't matter right now.
Okay. And then 1 bonus die?
1 bonus die, yep. That should roll it out properly. Hey, that's a 6.
Love that for us.
So I'm interested as to what Skelt would have to help.
Yeah,
Um,
I'm looking through my stuff.
well, and I mean, and this is just a matter of what you would know, I think.
Mm.
Um, but basically, I think with especially with a 6, what becomes immediately clear, um, because being a knight, Keva,
Mhm.
like you said, you're pretty well versed in cartographer artifacts, and in fact, you've, you know, you would have seen the one,
Mhm.
probably up close at uh or something that you would have been familiar with it.
Yeah.
Um, um, and what you notice upon pulling the cloth off of this is that this is not cartographer.
Ooh.
Um,
Intrigue.
yes, so I'm trying to think of uh yeah, I think if that's okay, so if this is the way that this happens, um so you sort of you take it and pass it to Scale, who sort of comes up alongside um the cart. Um uh you get past the artifact, still inconspicuous, you're still in this controlled position. Um uh so I'm not going to say that like, oh, they saw you passing it off, kind of thing. Um, and you put the fake one in place in the cart here. Um, and you know the quick look you get at it, it's this sort of stone uh, uh, that is heavier than it looks like it should be. It's not quite uh totally like rectangularly shaped, like as if like a big brick would be. It's a little bit um uh not not a parallel, it's a little bit I'm doing this in the camera, but nobody can see me. It's a little bit so it's shorter. If you think the if you think of like a brick standing on its sort of short end, so it's tall brick.
Mhm.
It's wider at the top than it is at the bottom, so it's like flared out just a little bit. Does that make sense?
Yeah.
So that's kind of the general shape of it, but bigger, a little bigger than like a brick, but um
Like a cowbell.
yeah, sure, like a cowbell, like a solid stone cowbell, but it's this very smooth stone, and there's little sort of bits and lines of it that you can see running through that are some kind of like uh, something other than stone, whether it's like crystal or something or like metal or something. But these very kind of precise looking, clean lines. Um, and that is not something that you've ever seen with any kind of artifacts.
Mm.
Artifacts are a very particular thing. They're often a lot of like um, sort of more wild organic things combined with like metallic geary, that kind of stuff. So this is not anything you recognize as that. um uh Maybe as you pass it off to Scale, and he sort of quick takes a look at it before he wraps it up and puts it in his bag or something. um Maybe what you get is, because you spent time sort of wandering around out in the wilds, right?
Mhm.
um I think this is a thing that you may have seen something similar.
Yeah, it's like vaguely familiar, but I
It's
can't
like
quite
vaguely
place where
familiar,
I'm
but you
seeing it.
can't quite place it. But again, you you might know enough to, again, based on what you know, like that's not, you don't know as much about cartographer stuff, I think. But you, based on that sort of vague familiarity, you know that that you can say like that's not cartographer.
Yeah.
You know, maybe seen something like that before. Um, but yeah, so that's sort of what you get from that. So the as the skyship sort of gets closer in, Falvamo, you being the one sort of up in the front of the cart and probably not seeing sort of what's going on, you're you know, I don't want to speak for the other character, but maybe concentrating on that ship coming in. What are you directing the cart to do here?
I suppose we should get on our way, follow the path that
Mm-hmm.
we are planned. Um, do you think we would have had time to make like a drop-off point so that we could dispose or hide the artifact along the way, or do you think we should?
Maybe if that's what you want to do. I think to get a to establish this, to get a role from you, I think what I'm gonna say is that I want to get a role from you in terms of like how well you can be convincing as like a I'm just a regular guy piloting a you know to the eye of whoever's up in um this skyship, this
Right.
small skyship sort of patrol
We
car.
are. Um, what?
So what
What?
what attribute do you think you're uh rolling on? I would probably suggest this would be like a sway or something, but I'm willing to hear other I mean finesse is it does say finesse is to handle a vehicle or mount. So I could see an argument for that as well. Um but
Mm, let me see. Not wreck. Um, yeah, I'd say finesse by best.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I could also see it being a sway because you're trying to do it in a way that is convincing other people that it is what you're that's what you're doing. So, which sway is the thing that you have a better stat in. So, if you wanted to do that, I think that's also perfectly acceptable. But this will be a
Eyes.
an action roll, not a fortune roll. So,
Okay. Yeah, I guess you're right. Sway would be better.
all right. Well, so go ahead and do that. So now we'll actually put in the position and effect and everything.
Controlled.
This is controlled, correct? We'll do
Dangerous.
this. We'll do this controlled standard.
All right. Bonus dice is that
0. Yep.
0?
Okay, so that's a 4. Is your high result there? So on a 4, on a controlled roll. So the 4, so it's a mixed success. You hesitate, withdraw, or try a different approach, or else do it with a minor consequence. A minor complication occurs. You have reduced effect. You suffer lesser harm. You end up in a risky position. Um, so basically, I think the so basically, I think what happens here is you're trying to pilot this thing as inconspicuously as possible, um, but the I think you can see the little patrol skyship thing sort of coming in closer, and it is coming in to sort of do a kind of lower flyby just to confirm. Um, I guess you can't know necessarily who's in it or what their intentions are at this point, but they are coming closer. So you are now in a risky position. Um, so what as that thing is kind of getting in closer, looking like it's coming into to kind of check and get an eye on you. Um, I guess knowing that that uh, uh, Major Keurig is suspecting that something's up. Um, what are you doing from there?
I guess it's probably not a good idea to speed up right now. Unless are they expected to go quickly? Is that what the goal?
I don't I
I
don't
guess
think I don't think you have any way of knowing that at this point.
How quickly
Um,
did the previous team arrive? Were they going quickly when we saw them come?
um, they were kind of just sort of
Speed limit.
normal speed. Yeah.
Well, we'll keep the cart steady, and keep my eyes ahead, I suppose.
Okay, so you're gonna basically try and continue at this, just try and stay the course. Um, so, so I think this is probably then a sway again in this riskier position. And if you want, someone can help you, or the other thing I could see happening is now that you're kind of all together, is we could do basically what's called a group action. So rather than this just being Falwama piloting the cart in a way that is trying to be convincing, is all three of you sort of trying to go about this whole thing in a way that looks convincing. Um, uh, but that depends on how you all want to play this, basically.
Mm.
But if you think that group action things, let me find that and I can tell you what that looks like.
I feel like it would make sense because we're all part of making this uh, inconspicuous, since we're all on it.
Um, One of these days, I'll get better at finding things in this book. Today is not that day. There it is. 1, 3, 4. Teamwork. Lead a group action. When you lead a group action, you coordinate multiple members of the team to tackle a problem together. Describe how your character leads the team in a coordinated effort. Do you bark orders, give subtle hand signs, blah, blah, blah. Each PC who's involved makes an action roll using the same action, and the team counts the single best result as the overall effort for everyone who rolled. However, the character leading the group action takes 1 stress for each PC that failed, that rolls a 1 to 3 as their best result.
Ooh.
So this to me sounds like Falwama is the one sort of leading the group action and quickly sort of looking over your shoulder to the other two and sort of giving you like a, hey, let's make this look convincing kind of a thing. Does that sound right?
I suppose so.
I think that sounds right.
So then I want all three of you to roll a sway, which is going to be fun for the other two of you. And then we take the best result out of all three of you, and that counts as the whatever the best result across all three of you is the one that counts for the outcome of the action. But then if either of the two of you fail, then for everyone who fails, Thalvalma takes 1 stress because leading a group action is stressful.
This is risky.
Okay.
So even though I have
so-
none, I still just do it.
Correct. So this will be a risky standard for everybody, and zero bonus
No
dice.
bonus. Okay.
Ooh.
All right. Did we get? So Keva was first. Okay, so that's a 3 for Keva, a 2 for Thalvalama, and a 2 for Skill. Because you took the 0. So Thalvalama, that is 3 stress for you because all 3 of you failed. And
We got a 3 though, right?
I got a 6 though.
Yes.
yeah, there was a 6 in there, but okay.
I feel like I rolled the best, so
So on a risky failure, things go badly, you suffer harm, a complication occurs, you end up in a desperate position, or you lose this opportunity. So I think what happens here is you, all three of you are trying to, what does it look like, the three of you, I guess more so we know what Falvalma trying to sort of pilot the cart as normally as possible. What are the other two of you doing to try and look like normal people helping a cart across the fields here?
I mean, I imagine I'm just galloping along the side of him, march or shouting orders like, "Hey, don't crash, don't flip over." Not that it's helping, but
um, I'm trying to I feel like if they're the ones kind of driving, I'm trying to think of how it would look to be in the back, like over the carts, and kind of trying to navigate what it's supposed to look like to to be watching over the boxes.
And I guess I'm just veering the cart back and forth across the road because
Struggling driving.
I don't know how to drive, actually.
I've forgotten how to use my hands. um yeah, I think it's a matter of the with that skyship coming in. You're not all like idiots, and this is the kind of stuff that you do. But I think the combination of this like mounting dread from the general sort of vigil thing, combined with I think Keva and Scale in the back are maybe a little preoccupied with this, like, wait, but this is not what they said it was going to be kind of deal.
Mhm.
Um, and I think you just get just that little bit of a spooked nerve, um, kind of a thing, um, and the skyship sort of comes in and looks like it's starting to veer off a little bit, but then sort of turns back in, and you can see as it gets close enough to see that sure enough there is uh, a a Pokken woman in a uniform. In the previous game, I described the unsheathed uniforms as uh military, like a military, if a duster could be a uniform, like a uniform duster jacket kind of a thing. That's what I've sort of imagined this, because in general this kind of area is this, I'm thinking of like a sort of American Southwest, so it's like scrubby and generally kind of dry, um sort of area in terms of like vegetation, all that kind of stuff. But so it is Major Kirik on this skyship, and a couple other unsheathed, and they have definitely clocked you at this point, and they sort of veer back in, and uh have seen that it's, they've seen through your, the jig is up basically
Ooh.
here. So you are now in a, let's see, I think this has a little bit more bite in it than just being, yeah, let's go there. So basically you've lost the opportunity to make this look like it, you know that this is the way it was supposed to be going. They know it's you. They're now buzzing around you, kind of uh, in this little skyship, and you are now in a desperate position, and they are. So I think they bear down on you, and you can see Major Kirik sort of up there, kind of shouting orders around. You do get close enough to see that I think she's like holding her right arm, sort of underneath her the left side of her jacket, basically. So you can, that she was hurt. But she's still barking out orders, is dead serious, and is in control of this situation, or trying to take control of this situation, I should say. And two people, the skyship buzzes down close enough to the ground that two people, two unsheathed officers, sort of throw a rope over and jump off, and sort of hit the ground rolling and get up in front of you,
Oh.
and are now on the ground in front of you, kind of moving in on you. What do you do?
Increase speed.
Increase speed.
Was it um skilt?
Guy.
How's that?
Skilt, I think.
Guilt. Okay.
Mhm.
Your legs did they are they like horses' legs or something? Is that
No,
Yep.
they're
So-
think of like a centaur is like a half person, half horse, right?
okay?
Mhm.
So a cortangel is a half person, half like velociraptor, basically,
Okay.
like half dinosaur.
So he does have speed though. So
Yes.
that would be useful for increasing our speed as a cart as a whole. Do we have horses on the front? Is that what's going on? We're not walking this cart, are we?
No, you're definitely not walking the cart. This is I'm gonna say that these are
Could it be like one of
not
those like mining carts, where you just like pump it and it goes quicker, like Club Penguin?
um no, I think the pulling this cart of these big sort of hefty in the other game we've seen these big birds called kefts. So I think these are like a subspecies of keft that are like a little bit bulkier. But there's probably like, let's say 2 of them on the front of this cart. These sort of big birds. Um,
Similar in stature to Skilt. 'Cause they're big birds. But
yeah,
velociraptors and big birds are pretty much the same.
ish. Yeah, sure.
Feathers or no feathers, right?
Maybe you feel some type of kinship with them.
They're your best buds. You know?
Best friends.
I'd recommend that maybe he helps pull the cart.
Or maybe I'm just standing behind, like, just pushing too.
Or that, I guess.
Push in or yeah, maybe there's like something you can do to like spook the birds a little bit and get them to
Ooh.
I
That's
don't
my
know.
job, right? As a driver.
Yeah, I mean if you're driving, you're I'm guessing
cracking
you're
the
sort of
whip.
cracking that whip and getting these things whipped up here.
Does anyone have do we attack at this point and try and like shoot them down?
It's up to you. There are 2 of them on the ground in front of you, that are kind of coming towards you and looking for an opportunity to attack as the little sky ship is buzzing around in the air above you, basically.
Or it's big enough to trample them.
Potentially.
But I
If
feel
we
like
go
if we
fast
fail,
enough.
then we probably lose the things pulling us.
Yeah, I mean you are in a desperate position, so things going bad in desperate positions are not great. But that's the
That's the fun of it.
that's the way the dice have rolled so far. So
Cool.
Yeah,
I think we have to attack regardless. All right, we have to get them out of the way.
this is your
Mhm.
moment
Yeah.
to go loud, so to speak.
Yep.
Well, I've got some throwing daggers, I think, so I'll throw a throwing knife.
All right, so you're throwing a throwing knife. That's our first move here.
You guys think that's a good idea?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. You guys got anything to help with that?
I've got a
I didn't
pet.
grab a pistol, but
Oh yeah, what does your pet do?
Oh, stuff. I mean, I think we determined he's more like a hawk, so maybe, he just swoops down,
Ooh.
pokes
Right.
pokes like some eyes out or scares him away or something.
can he sabotage
it.
the boat that's flying above us?
Oh.
Good. I will also remind you that you have the assistance of the Finale's Rest group. So if you want to have them call them in here at some point, that's also an option. I mean, getting them to tussle with an unsheathed group is certainly dangerous, but it's just as a point of scale here. So you guys are a tier 0 squad. The Unsheathed as a faction are tier 4.
Nice.
So going up against them is no small feat. That's part of what was so difficult about the other side of the crew. But I'm just gonna quick look up some
Maybe I
stuff
should turn
about your.
around. But
What'd you say?
maybe I should turn the card around. Do I have
Oh,
time for
okay.
that? Or,
Yeah, I mean you can do whatever you.
how far ahead are they?
I mean they probably dropped down in front of you in a range that they could sort of, so probably like 20, 30 yards or something.
Oh,
Could
so
we create a diversion of sorts? If like I don't know, we get the other people to create a diversion so that we can like sneak off somehow.
Uh, totally. I mean, I think sneaking off is probably a very
Well,
difficult thing to do in this kind of situation.
fair.
But
They're in
Yeah.
open fields.
they're 10 feet in front of us. Yeah.
True.
okay, with your command, your animal companion obeys your commands and anticipates your action. Cohort expert hunter. Let me look up the rules for cohorts here. Because Finale's Rest probably also acts as what they call a cohort.
Yep. The bird is also a ghost hunter with magical abilities.
Oh, right. Because it's
Can
like a
shoot them out of the sky.
shapeshifter
Magically.
and stuff. Oh, did we ever give your pet edges and flaws?
Mm,
Do you write that
uh,
down somewhere? I feel like I remember
I
talking
feel like we
about it.
did. We might not have written
I
down
don't have it written here though.
things he was good at and things he, was flawed by.
Yeah, when you create a cohort, give them 1 or 2 edges and an equal number of flaws. So we probably should have done that. So let's do that real quick. So your edges choices are fearsome. The cohort is terrifying in aspect and reputation. Independent. Cohort can be trusted to make good decisions and act on their own initiative in the absence of direct orders. Loyal. Cohort can't be bribed or turned against you. And tenacious. The cohort won't be deterred from a task. So fearsome, independent, loyal, or tenacious.
I pick one.
Yeah, pick one of those.
It's got to be loyal. We can't have a bird killing us.
Loyal bird. And then flaws are principled. The cohort has an ethic or values they won't betray. Savage. The cohort is excessively violent and cruel. Unreliable. The cohort isn't always available due to other obligations, stupefaction from their vices, etc. Or wild. The cohort is drunken, debauched, and loudmouthed. So principled, savage, unreliable, wild. I know in the previous system we had talked about the bird sometimes being distracted by shiny things.
Yes, that makes sense.
So I feel like that
Yeah, we can do that. Yeah, that
probably
last
be
one.
under the umbrella of unreliable there.
Yeah. I mean, do you know the flaw to being, savage, to being too dangerous? Does that mean, that my bird puts himself in, dangerous situations and
It could
might
also
not
be that
make it out? Yeah. Okay, well, we can stick with unreliable then.
unreliable. Okay. So I should probably make a cohort thing for Finale's Rest then too, shouldn't I? Wow, good GM prep. And that is Hunter. Okay. So Finale's Rest are rovers. They're probably rovers. Rovers are sailors, carriage drivers, and Deathland scavengers. Yeah, I mean, for the purposes of this, we'll call them a cohort, even though they're kind of their own thing. Anyway, I am totally killing action here, 100%. So we'll call them. We'll call them independent. And I'll see what I wrote about them. I mean, their ship is called the Temptations Taken. Thought for Truth. I feel like wild is fun. Let's do this. Why don't we take a 10-minute break here? I kind of have to pee anyway. I'll get this figured out, and then we'll reconvene and actually do something here.
Sure thing.
Does that sound all right? So grab a snack, use the restroom, and we'll be back in about
I'm gonna go pet my bird.
10 minutes or
Perfect.
something. Pet the bird.
All right.
All right. Okay, we are back. So I've made this cohort for Finale's Rest. I just wrote them in your crew sheet here just for now. They are, I'm calling them elite. That means they get to roll a little better. They're rovers, which means they're sailors, carriage drivers, and deathland scavengers. I mean, they have a boat, so they're smugglers. They're independent and tenacious, but also wild and unreliable because, they're their own crew. So they're not always at your beck and call. But anyway, so just so we are familiar with the rules, so this applies also to your bird Skelt. When you send a cohort to achieve a goal, roll their quality to see how it goes, or a PC can oversee the maneuver by leading a group action. If you direct the cohort with orders, roll with command. If you participate in the action alongside the cohort, roll with the appropriate action. Quality of any opposition relative to the cohort quality affects the position and effect of the action. Blah, blah, blah. And then they can also get harmed.
Okay.
Which is less than good. Great. So, you have this cart. You're being bared down upon by two unsheathed, and you've got the Major Keurig in the boat buzzing above you. So what are we all deciding to do here?
Okay, I was thinking, you said we have access to like the underground things. Can there be an underground something like up ahead and we just have to speed up a little bit and then we
Just
disappear?
break the rocks behind us and they can't get in.
Yeah.
Let's see. So if you're so for one, you guys are, over here.
Oh, we're still all the way over here.
Yeah. Because here was the drop off, the first drop off point. Or, maybe you're there, whatever. So you're technically not in the bounds of the city. I think if you wanted to go for underground passages here, you could, knowing that it's probably going to be more complicated because you're on the other side of the trough. So I think probably what that means is, if you want to get into the underground here, you're probably going to end up, unless you want to try and go a really long way around, you're probably going to have to go through the trough.
Oh.
So if that sounds interesting to you, we can do that. We can figure out, what you're doing to get into that position, but
will they be able to follow us if we went through the trough?
I don't know. It depends how rolls go, honestly. But I mean, going underground is certainly going to deter a flying ship from chasing you.
This is true.
So
well, because now at this point they've caught on to us, so now we don't even have to really follow the path. We just have to get.
Oh yeah, absolutely.
You just have to get away. Yeah,
just have to get away. Because your mission objectives were to retrieve the object, to escape with the object, and then get the object back to the Bohemians. So you've retrieved the object. So now you're just trying to get away with it. But
so where are we trying to go with it again? We're trying to go back to our base.
I mean, eventually you're trying to. Right now, you're trying to escape the bank you just robbed, and the cops are on your tail. So you're trying to shake the tail, basically.
So we don't want to lure them back to our base.
Right.
Yeah.
That's a good point.
Or our boss's base, right? We just
Also
wanna
true.
Yeah. So then maybe it is good to go either underground or through the trough just so that it's harder for them to follow us.
I
Sure.
think the trough would be good
Yeah,
because
but
it's
on the
warm,
downside,
and
it's
they
also
wouldn't
hard for
wanna.
us to get there.
That is true.
Is there a turnoff between us and the guys who are waiting in front of us?
But I'm gonna probably not. No, I'm gonna say no. Because you're out in sort of mostly
Mm.
open ground here.
Mm.
So to kind of keep things rolling here, do we like this underground trough idea, or no?
I'm up for it if there's a way we can get to it, but
Yeah, totally. There's always a way. Um, so I think that means that we are, probably means that Falvoama, you are trying to, deftly maneuver this cart into a place that into a place that you know.
all right.
I think, I'm trying to decide. I think this might also require a flashback to kind of like prep a tunnel entrance. You know what I mean?
Mhm.
And I think this is going to be more than this is probably going to be like a one stress one, because it's a little more complicated than I don't even maybe more than that, because you didn't know the route.
Mm.
So this was maybe just like you looking over. I mean, you have the map. You have underground maps and passkeys.
Mhm.
So I think this is a mostly just a matter of sort of mapping out and knowing, like, okay, where are all my exits and entrances and that kind of thing. I think I do think this is still one stress. To take this flashback. Falvalma, also, did you take the stress from the failures on that group action?
I don't know.
I think no.
I think I took it.
Where does it go?
You have your one stress from the thing you did from the assist skill. So you see underneath of your vice purveyor there's the stress bar with a bunch of boxes. See what that is?
Nope.
So you want to click. So there were 3 failures in that group action. So you want to click 3 boxes of those. Yeah.
There's stress. Okay.
There you go. Also, you don't need to all the gear you have selected there. You don't need to pull any of that out until you need to select anything until you decide to use it. Until you're declaring it, basically.
Just separate it in my hand.
Yeah, it's kind of like a you have a bag of stuff or whatever, and it's nebulous what's in it until you decide what to pull out of it.
Yeah.
Love it.
Good thing we
so
brought everything, but only what we needed.
Yeah, basically. I mean, it's a
Yeah.
way to so you don't have to say, like, oh, I've got all 17 of these things with me, and it's a better way to yeah.
Actually, I
Anyway.
have a bazooka in my back pocket. I just got the ship down.
Now you tell us.
Right.
My large weapon. I mean, if we have got pistols, might as well have a cannon up there.
Okay, so here's what I'm suggesting. So Thava, since we've established you as the pilot here of the cart, I think this is a one stress flashback to say that you have memorized the routes and stuff here, basically. And then I'm gonna want a roll. This I think is probably finesse, unless you think otherwise, since that's the handle a vehicle. To try and get yourself to this this passageway, and this is going to be um, desperate standard. Since we put you in this desperate position.
Gosh dang it. Hey.
Hey, there is that
Yay.
6. That's a great time to roll that.
Let's go.
Beautiful.
About time.
So what does the entrance to an underground passageway look like in sort of open farmland here, do you think? Like what even is this? What is underneath of this?
Just a network of what's it called? Piling, which is how they like manage runoff of fields.
Oh, okay. So this is like aqueduct stuff, and
yeah, I mean,
so there's like
runoff space for all the water from the fields to go.
Water
into.
running. Yeah. Okay. Awesome.
So it's like a ditch next to the road, and it'll have an opening into the aqueduct.
It's like a gate under. Okay. Cool. So you're barreling forward as you these two unsheathed corpsmen, I think was the term I used before, sort of drop down off of the ship in front of you and are sort of bearing down on you, and you take start barreling towards them and take a hard turn down into this ditch. And I think if this went worse, the cart could have toppled over and crashed and been a spectacular failure. But you being having gotten more comfortable with the feel of these animals at this point, you were able to get that, and you go crashing through the entrance of this at full speed, and are now speeding through the underground. There's water splashing everywhere, and for now you have basically evaded the outside. You can hear the two the two unsheathed people behind you sort of come jumping down behind you, but obviously they're on foot, not on a cart. And you can hear them shouting out towards the boat. So they are trying to sort of get a general bead on your direction. But you are at least out of a desperate position for now. So what are you as you're running through this? I think you get out to an exit that would lead you out through the trough. So you let me pull this up to give you a good. So yeah, let's just read this off for you. It is not indelicate or nor inaccurate to commit to calling the trough a slum, a deep trench carved in along what would be the spine of Tovholm. The landscape itself is wondrous to look at, with strata running along the sides in hundreds of colors, wild shapes molded by the winds and waters of untold centuries, and a garden of incredible plant life stringing up and down the western side beneath the city's eastern wall. The morning light, which is not right now because it's nighttime, but smeared across the depths, is a damp and rotting wreck that can scarcely qualify as architecture. Most of the water from the sea and fields drains into the bottom of the trough, where it mostly finds other secret passages to seep out towards Iniket, but the remainders create a stagnant mire in which this neighborhood sits. Shacks and shanties pile on top of each other, scrabble up the walls as high as they can manage, or skitter into pockets and holes carved into the walls by man or nature, all cobbled together with as much stone as could be found, and otherwise patched together with moldy scraps of wood. So that's the trough. That's what you come out on a sort of a drainage exit out into the trough here. I think you probably come out into a spot where the water sort of falls down, probably like 10 or 15 feet. So if you're going to continue on here, you're probably going to need to ditch the cart. Unless you want to try and jump the cart down.
Is it deep below,
or
or is
something.
it not?
I mean, you're sort of coming out. You would be coming out into this kind of shanty town here. So it would be like a 10 or 15 foot drop, sort of out of this kind of drain pipe, basically. Um, which if you want to charge out, you could try. But how do you want to get at this, basically?
Um, I'm thinking we'll probably ditch the cart. Do we have any like safe houses out here?
I'm gonna say not in the trough, because the trough is specifically controlled by the blue fingers.
I'll go there.
And yeah, so the where do I have this? I'll read you a little bit about the blue fingers. This organization is practically royalty in the slums of the trough and are very possessive of the territory they've made for themselves. Their primary work is assassination, and they are very good at what they do. Quick, silent, and surgically effective. They work for just about anybody willing to pay their steep prices. They operate with strict internal code that has built a strange kind of mythology around them, which contributes to the legend they have built for themselves. Blah blah blah. But yeah, that sort of gives you the idea of kind of what's going on with the blue fingers.
And on top of that, I might have an enemy who's an assassin for the Blue Fingers who wants to kill us.
Was that an enemy?
Yep.
No, that's your friend.
Was it a friend?
Yeah.
Oh, nice.
Oh.
Uhtred, your
That's better.
blue finger is your friend. Is one of your
Okay.
contact friends.
The red threw me off.
Yeah, the up arrow that is the one you
Up
want to
arrow's
pay
friend.
attention
Okay.
to.
I lied. We have a friend in there.
Nice.
So yeah, I mean, do you want to try and apply that contact? I mean, that could be a flashback type of a thing if you want, or
We've already got 4 other people helping us. I think we need to contact them.
Okay. Should we contact like that group of people?
the finale's rest, the other group, you mean?
Oh.
Just to make sure I know who you're talking about.
I don't know if we need to contact them yet, or if we. How do we contact them? Are they just following us, or what?
I don't know. I mean, at this point, we haven't established anything about what they're doing.
True.
So I think basically anything we say at this point is probably going to be sort of flashbacky in terms of like, hey, we told you to do this, be ready to do this thing for us, kind of a thing. So
I mean, our options are to, jump the cart, get on foot, and run somewhere.
Since with your friend, it wouldn't take a flashback. Probably you could have your bird go find him, while we're running away. So.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah, we can send the bird to go find our friend and, maybe meet us somewhere. Bring us to his house or something for
Okay.
a little bit while everything cools down.
Cool.
And then that would be part 2, right? But then we would have escaped them.
Maybe we'll. I mean,
Maybe
we'll see.
if we are successful.
How this goes. Because the other thing is the the two had. Oh, sorry. Having given a sort of general direction to the ship above as you were going through, so they they have a general direction of where you're going, kind of thing. And there's also the two of them were sort of running in pursuit of you through the tunnel as well. So
yeah. I mean, also I feel like the last thing that they would expect up top is for us to have an ally, in the trough.
But potentially, yeah.
Yeah. And being on foot gives us an advantage because then there's nothing for them to necessarily
track. But yeah, so I could see. So let's start with that, and then while we're doing that, if anybody else wants to think about something else they might want to do, whether that's like try and slow down the people behind you, or trying to, if something that you could have gotten the other group to do, whatever that might be. So this sounds like you are telling your bird Corvus, right? Did we? Oh, we should have a
Corvus.
name there. Corvus. Telling your bird Corvus to go do the thing. So this is either rolling with Corvus's quality, which is 1, or rolling command, which is also 1. So I think it doesn't really matter. You can do either of those.
Yeah.
So what are you instructing Corvus to do specifically here?
I mean, just essentially go find our ally, I would guess, right?
Go find was it Uhtred, the blue
Uhtred,
finger?
our human blue finger assassin.
Go find blue fingers or Uhtred, and what's the intention? So go find him and what?
Do what?
Do we have him meet us somewhere?
Or tell him we're coming.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, that works. I mean,
Well,
it doesn't play on his assassin abilities quite yet, but
Would I mean, I wouldn't want to lure these bad guys into his home, so we should.
true.
Yeah, I mean, but you could say like, hey, meet me at at a place kind of thing. You don't need to say like we're coming to your house.
Oh yeah, we're coming to you. Yeah.
Whatever is fine there. So so you want to send him to go say, hey,
Yep.
let's meet.
Go bring him a note. Hey, meet us here.
Cool. All right, so go ahead and roll that either command or roll on Corvus. I think you can click the roll button there. Whatever,
Alright.
because they're both
Bonus dice 0.
bonus dice 0, and this is risky standard.
Oh.
Okay, that's a 2.
That's not good.
That's not happening.
Okay, great. So I think what
Not great.
not great. That's true.
Corvus gets there and realizes he dropped a note over to meet us.
How does the size of the cart compare to the opening of the waterway?
I think it's probably takes up a decent amount of it.
Can we upturn the cart and make it block the whole entrance? Maybe jam it in.
Yeah, you can try and do something something along those lines. Does somebody want to do that? I guess because Keva and Thelma Amma, you weren't doing anything here.
Keva's
Yeah.
the strongest, right?
Yeah. Well,
This
maybe.
sounds to me like a wreck. I mean, I could hear arguments for other things, but wreck a place in a obstacle with savage force or carefully played sabotage. Create distractions and chaos.
That looks right.
Maybe tinker? Actually, well, we're not really tinkering. We're just moving something and putting it somewhere. But yeah, probably wreck.
I don't have any wreck.
I don't know if anybody has any wreck.
Nope,
So
none of us do.
Okay.
either like Keva could be doing that with us, if Thalvam
That's
wants
right.
to assist, or the other way around, or
You are handling a vehicle. Still. Not exactly in the way that it's supposed to be handled, but
yeah, I
True.
could. I'll give you this. If you want to do finesse, I will give you risky limited. So less effect. In fact, I should probably be starting a clock here. So let's do this. Let's start a clock. This is going to be a 4-step clock, and this is going to be
How long until they get here?
the pursuit, basically. Yeah, we'll just call it pursuit. So by taking actions, we will fill ticks in that clock, and basically once you've filled that clock, the foot pursuit, I will call it the foot pursuit specifically, will be thrown off of your trail. So if I'm giving you, if you want to roll finesse, I'll give you risky limited, which limited will tick once on the clock, standard will tick twice, and great effect will tick 3 times. And you need 4 ticks to fill up this clock. And if you want to look at it, I'm putting the clock on the memories rest sheet. So let's do that, and then we'll sort of narrate this all together. So if you wanna, because this is the other thing to keep in mind. So the action you're taking sort of tells us what the camera sees you doing. So like if you're wrecking, this is you parking the cart and then you trying to like tip it over and mash it up or whatever. If you're trying to finesse this cart, this is you trying to like steer the cart in a way that as you get into the mouth of this thing that you're sort of power sliding or whatever, trying to tip it over, kind of a thing. So so that's up to you, who wants to roll and what you want to roll.
And can we do a finesse with an assist?
Sure. So Kevin, you want to assist that?
Yeah.
So go ahead and take that 1 stress for the assist. So what are you doing to help Falvalama steer this thing into a position where it's going to tip over or whatever and block the path?
Well, maybe I am like hopping on one side to tip it, or like
yeah,
trying
totally.
to, steer from.
Use your weight.
The bus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will give you, if you want to do this, just to sort of kind of give you some suggestions as to how this stuff can be used.
Yeah.
If you want to say that in the because I like the picture of you sort of like jumping off a side, hanging on one hand,
trowel?
pulling. Well, no, because you're not doing a roll here. But I'm saying
right, okay.
if you want to then declare, say, a fine hand weapon. Being a fine weapon, it will give you increased effect. So then we'll tick that effect up from limited to standard. So you'll get 2 ticks on the clock if you succeed. So this then is just the picture of you like half jumping out the cart, grabbing onto the side with one hand, and then like whipping out a weapon and like digging it into the side of the thing, and sparks go flying, and
I
that
love
whole
it.
thing.
Perfect.
So go ahead and mark that fine hand weapon, and think about what that looks like while we make this roll. So go ahead and make that finesse roll. That'll be what is it? Risky standard from the fine weapon.
Am I making that roll or
Falvalama, and take 1 bonus die from the assist. Mm-hmm. That's still a good 3 right there.
Nice.
Is it? All right, cool.
Okay, so the way this works is, all right, so let's narrate this all together here. So as you're rolling into the end of this pipe exit, drain pipe thing, Skelt kind of jumps off the front and sends Corvus. Because Corvus is what did I say? I think it was a Buenayar is what I was calling that bird, and he can like shapeshift and stuff, right?
Ooh,
Yep.
that's cool.
It's a bird with red wings. Not where I thought it did anyway. Fine. Unless I have it. Sorry, it's fine. So you send Corvus flying out and to tell him to go do the thing. And as you watch him fly away, the cart sort of rolls in and Keva jumps out the side and tries to pull this sick maneuver as Thalwama is trying to steer these birds in a way that will make this cart tip over and clog up the entrance. The birds are no fans of this plan.
How about them?
And are fighting you fiercely on this. And so you try to do this, and Keva, you're what does this weapon look like? What does this fine weapon look like?
Maybe it's some sort of like almost like a a dagger type of thing, but cooler. But I feel like it must have some sort of like sharp end, but then maybe it has somehow where I don't know, I'm picturing like maybe it has another little hook on it so it can kind of dig in a
Okay.
little bit more to create like because I feel like just a dagger wouldn't really do anything, so maybe it can kind of lead the process of a collapse of some sorts.
Yeah. Have you ever seen what is that called? Uh Monk sword with hook. There's that's exactly what I'm thinking of. Is it literally just called a hook sword?
I'm looking up the same thing. Hook sword.
I think it's literally just called a hook sword.
Oh,
It's like a
like
Cool.
that type of thing.
yeah.
It's like a grappler thing of sorts.
So
Yeah.
because coming from I've like I said I've sort of generally been thinking of the Knights of the Holy Ground as a sort of almost monastic in certain nature. So that's kind of a fun pull, I guess, because those are like monk weapons.
Mhm.
But anyway, so something like that. So like a sort of short sword with some kind of like hook on the end. That's your
Yeah.
fancy sword.
Yeah.
So so you're trying to pull that out. So I think what happens is the birds are really fighting, and as you're trying to do that, that weapon snaps.
Oh no.
So
Just a
your weapon is broken.
How
And
unreliable.
Not so
so
fun.
you, I mean, yeah, well, you were trying to use it for, although that was my idea. So
Let's
I mean,
accept push.
you can get that like fixed in downtime or whatever, but for at least for the course of this mission, that is broken.
Rats.
And the cart tips over, but it tips over out the end of the drain pipe, and Favwama, you get kind of tossed, and so you're going to take the level 1 harm bruised.
Ooh.
So if you go and look at your sort of harm section there, you see there's 3, 2, 1. If you click into the first of the 1 boxes, just type in bruised. And basically the way harm works is you can have two level 1 harms, 2 level 2 harms, and 1 level 3 harm. And like a level 3 harm is serious, like it says you need help. So if you have level 1 Maybe I should just read some of this from the book. That might be nice. As long as I can find it. Consequences and harm 30. Okay. Harm. This consequence represents a long-lasting debility or death. When you suffer harm, record the specific injury on your character sheet equal to the level of harm you suffer. Blah blah blah. Your character suffers the penalty indicated at the end of the row if any or all harm recorded in that row applies to the situation at hand. So if you have drained and battered harm in the bottom row, you'll suffer reduced effect when you try to run away from the bluecoats. When you're impaired by harm in the top row, which is severe harm level 3, your character is incapacitated and can't do anything unless you have help from someone else or push yourself to perform the action. If you need to mark a harm level but the row is already filled, the harm moves up to the next row above. So if you suffered a standard harm level 2 but have no empty spaces in the second row, then you have to record a severe harm level 3 instead. Blah, blah, blah. So does that make sense? So now, since you get tossed out of this thing, and Faith are heavy also, so you hit that ground pretty hard. And so basically most of these physical things you're trying to do now are going to have less effect because you have that harm. If that makes sense. So then, as that happens, as they sort of tumble out, Keva's weapon snaps, Thalvalma hits the ground, and ragdolls a little bit. Corvus goes out, and this being the realm of a shanty town and whatever, you see as Corvus flies out, just as he's flying away from you, you hear a sound like a thick kind of wet snapping, and you see Corvus get hit with a bolt.
Corvus!
Well, that's unfortunate.
So he is going to take one tick of harm there. Which
You're a monster.
I know.
Poor baby.
Well, you rolled the 2, so
where do I find that tick?
So if you look down below your stat attributes there's the thing for Corvus, and it's just those four, yeah.
Attributes.
Okay.
Let me make sure I know how that works exactly. Cohorts. Yeah, so the first tick of harm means that the cohort is weakened, which means that the cohort has reduced effect. So he just gets hit with a bolt like through one of his wings. He's able to, maybe he shifts shape a little bit to make it less severe. But he's a little hurt. Poor bird. So all of that to say that you did not get to plug up the mouth of that cave, and so the 2 unsheathed corpsmen are almost to the mouth of the tunnel and about to jump out and be right on top of you. So what are you all doing?
Panic. All right, let's discuss our options.
I'll give you one more quick sort of picture painting here. As you are now popping out into the trough here, you can see above you, high above the these sort of colorful strata of these walls that are kind of dark in the night here. There's the bridges up above you, to the sides. I mean, you're probably coming out here ish. But the it is very nighttime, and it is getting closer and closer towards midnight, towards that culmination of that fun existential dread, and the sky laser and all that fun stuff. So,
And we're trapped in a cave.
so cool. So I think I'm actually gonna I'll start. I'm gonna start another clock.
I was gonna say, should we have one for the foot pursuit yet?
So we still have the clock for the foot pursuit, but you didn't get any ticks. You didn't have any successes, so you don't get any ticks on that.
True.
So they're still after you. I'm
Well,
gonna make
I
this.
wasn't hurt,
I'm gonna make this
right?
an 8-step clock that is going to be called
Oh,
midnight.
good.
8-step clock till that is better. It means it's gonna, you're still a little ways out from midnight, but
Yeah, we're getting there.
getting there.
Okay. Anna, you were saying something?
I guess I should say this before I totally forgot this the last time. So since we all just suffered a bunch of negative consequences, one of the things you can do is you can resist a consequence. So you can declare that you are resisting a consequence, and that means that you get to either reduce the effect or make it not happen, and you potentially pay stress for it. Let me just find it here. Resistance. When your PC suffers a consequence you don't like, you can choose to resist it. Resistance is always automatically effective. The GM will tell you if the consequence is reduced in severity or if you avoid it entirely. Then you make a resistance roll to see how much stress your character suffers as a result of their resistance. You make the roll using one of your character's attributes, which is the insight, prowess, or resolve, the sort of the big bucket ones. The GM chooses the attribute and then based on the nature of the consequence. So insight is consequences from deception or understanding, prowess from physical strain or injury, and resolve from mental strain or willpower. So then you make that roll, and your character, and that roll is based on how many of those first ticks you have in that category.
Okay.
I think I was kind of explaining that before, but so then your character suffers 6 stress when they resist, minus the highest die result from the resistance roll. So you roll that die or dice or whatever. So for instance, if you rolled a 4, you'd suffer 2 stress for the resist. So it has the potential to be really. So you resist it no matter what.
Yeah.
But if you roll real low, you can take a lot
paying
of
for it.
stress from doing it.
Okay. I imagine my resistance would be not getting hit. Or not losing a life.
So yes, exactly. So to be clear, Keva, your consequence was breaking your weapon. Skelt's consequence was Corvus getting hurt, and Thalvoama's consequence was getting the level 1 harm. So would anybody like to resist any of those consequences?
I'm gonna say not worth it.
I mean, I could still technically use my weapon, right?
For the purposes of this, I think you would need to spend another load on a different weapon.
Okay.
Or I could see you using the weapon but with reduced effect, basically.
Okay. Because I could, like, the end. I mean, the hook is still there. I could still use the hook.
Sure. I mean, yeah. So like I said, you'd be
if I have gloves on.
So you could use it, so you could use it with reduced effect.
Okay.
Or the other thing is so armor, if you have a type of armor that applies to the situation, you can mark an armor box to reduce or avoid a consequence instead of rolling to resist. So
what if I quote unquote brought along 2 armor? Would that negate the damage to the bird?
when an armor box is marked, it can't be used. All of your armor is restored when you choose the load.
Or does it more just apply to me and not my pet?
Yeah, for you, I don't know that you would be able to
Yeah, okay, I agree.
declare armor for that.
Can't
That's
get bird armor.
bird armor.
Alright, that's fine. Yeah, I will skip resisting then. We'll take it for now.
Okay, and also armor is generally so like Keva, you have armor, but the so you have to spend 2 boxes to use that armor.
Yeah, okay.
So
And do I still have the fake artifact?
I
Is that
believe
still-
Skelt was the one that ended
Yep,
up with it.
I took
Or
it
no,
from you to
sorry.
hold.
The fake artifact is
Oh, it's in the cart.
it's in the cart, but
Oh, but I
you
We have the
I
real one.
still
but you
spent it.
spent the space. Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Gotcha.
Spent the space to have it. Okay, so no one's resisting. So there are 2 unsheathed about to jump out of the end of the tunnel after you. What are all of you doing?
To grab the fake artifact now that we have lost the ability to make it useful, except for as a decoy for splitting us up and um, like if we split up and made it obvious that we were both carrying one or the other, or if we
Okay.
tried to make it look like one of us, the one of us who was carrying the fake artifact, had the real one or whatever. So if she's concealing it pretty well that she has an artifact, fake or not, then I could carry it mine openly, and they could chase me instead of her, and then she could get away or something. Yeah. Otherwise, start climbing down, I guess. Right.
Well, I have
Go
if
ahead.
I stayed back and like hid right outside of the tunnel, because I have prowl, which could be a backstab, throat cutting, blackjack, etc.
Absolutely.
Could I ambush them when they come out?
Oh yeah, have them come chasing after us and you jump behind them.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Absolutely. That is
Cool.
100%
And then
an
that
option.
way, maybe I could fend them off and you guys run.
Yeah, I mean, or maybe, since we're far enough, or assuming we have some distance between us, I can roll the dice and try and shoot with my sharpshooter abilities from a
yeah.
distance.
Also an option, yeah. I mean, if that's so, yeah. If you guys want to sort of try and take these guys out, we can totally do that. The stop. That was weird. Why is it not doing? I must have clicked something weird. I don't know why this is. Did I hit something weird? Sorry. Okay, whatever. I have actually no idea what this is doing right now. Oh, I just closed it up really small. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Okay, so let's start with Keva. So you, after you sort of kind of tumbled slightly out of the side of this cart, you're just like sort of slid around the side of the wreckage there.
Yeah, I just kind of kept rolling because I'm cool like that, and just rolled out of the way.
And as they come out of the tunnel, you strike from behind the wreckage of the cart there.
Yeah.
Give me that prowl. Sounds like you're doing.
Yes.
All right. Do you want to push yourself? Do you want a devil's bargain? Do you want to
What does pushing myself do again?
Pushing yourself, you take 2 stress and you get an extra die.
Oh.
Or Devil's
Or
Bargain, I think.
I mean, I only have 1 stress right now.
right now,
So would 2 stress, that would kind of be worth it, right?
but sure, yeah. I mean, you can.
Assuming it works out, yeah.
Yeah, exactly. If it works out. Because I already have 2 prowl, so would that mean I roll 3 die?
Yes. I'm trying to think. I know they do this in different systems, but because I know in some systems similar to this, if you want, rather than um getting an extra die, you can increase your position or your effect. Because right now you'd be I think you'd be risky limited.
Okay.
One, because your
Weapon.
your weapon, and also because you're going up against unsheathed here, and there's 2 of them. So they're a higher tier than you. So you could, if you want, declare a different weapon. So you've got 1 slot left that you could, like, a blade or 2, um,
Oh.
or or an unusual weapon.
Ooh, an unusual one. That could
Whatever,
be anything, right?
whatever that means. Yeah.
Plot twist, I actually have one of those things. What are they called? The cartographer thing.
Oh yeah. Surprise.
Just kidding.
Oh,
I think that would make sense if I pulled out my other weapon.
okay. So is that a blade or 2, or is that an unusual weapon?
I think an unusual weapon.
Okay. What does that look like?
Maybe it's some kind of
That.
like chain type thing
Oh, interesting.
with spikes.
Okay.
Like a mace, but on a chain.
Do you like rip off a piece of the cart
Oh,
and like wrap your
oh
chain
yeah.
thing around it or something?
Then it's like a yeah.
Turn it into
Spike
like a
baseball bat, piece of metal.
flail thing.
Yes.
That's fun. Okay. So did you say you wanted to push yourself? Did you decide on that?
Yes.
Okay, so go ahead and take those 2 stress.
Okay.
So you've marked your weapon, so that'll bring you up to risky standard. And let's roll that prowl.
Risky standard, and I get 1 bonus die.
1 bonus die from the push to yourself, yes. That's a 6.
Woo!
That's almost a crit, even. If you roll 2 6s, that's what's considered a crit, which is like extra good. Fantastic. So that is a risky standard. So you get 2 ticks on the foot. Oops, that's 4. Two ticks on the foot pursuit clock. So you come out with this flail, and it just like wraps around the one of them, and wrecks his face completely. So you've taken out one of the 2 here.
Nice.
So was anybody else doing anything? Scale, did it sound like you might wanted to shoot something here?
I was gonna do something if her backstabbing didn't pay off, but it sounds like it did.
Well, it did, but you still have the other guy there. You've got
Okay.
two ticks on the 4-step clock there.
Got it. Yeah. I can do something. Where do we find our abilities? I think I picked some as like an archer of sorts.
Doo-ka-doo-doo. So you took the Ghost Hunter ability, which is your pet thing.
Yes. Oh, okay. So we didn't use archery stuff. Okay, that's fine.
Right. Oh, what did we say which one of those did you take for your hawk?
Ghost hunter.
Ghost form?
Oh, good
This is
question.
and it gains an arcane ability, Ghost form, Mind Lake, or Arrow Swift.
I think ghost form sounds right.
Ghost form does sound right. Let's write that here. Well, so I guess to narrate that a little more accurately then, he was flying and just about to turn into his ghostness before the arrow
Before
got him.
being struck.
What shot him again?
It was an arrow from a bolt from somewhere in the shanty, whether it was like some poor person that was really hungry, or whether it was
Okay.
Yeah.
a blue hand defending their territory. You know, who knows? You do not right now.
It didn't come up from above, so we.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I mean, I am a
Correct.
deadly
Not from
sharpshooter,
above.
so
All right. Cool.
maybe I'm carrying a bow and arrow with me.
Oh yeah, absolutely. So you can declare
Would that
I
be
mean
a large weapon or 2 large weapons or something?
no, you can let's call that a fine pair of pistols.
Okay.
The fine one up in your gray box there, because that's one of the things you get as your hound.
Or would that be a fine long rifle if we're far enough?
Um
But I mean, 20 to 30 yards isn't far enough, right?
no, not necessarily. I mean, unless you
Yeah.
wanted to take the fine long rifle. I mean that's to me the difference between like a short bow, long bow kind of a thing.
Yeah. Okay. Then yeah, pistols work.
So you're pulling out a short bow here, and that is fine. So we'll bring that up again, because of the scale difference here, because of them being a tier 4 faction. You would be starting at limited effect, but your fine pistols, your fine pistols would bring you to standard effect. So that to me sounds like
Okay.
a hunt.
Yep.
Attack with precision shooting from a distance. Do you want to
Sounds
push
good.
yourself or take a devil's bargain, or
We can push ourselves and do 2 more stress.
all right, spending that
Okay.
stress. So take that extra die.
Yep. So would we still be risky or
Still,
controlled?
yeah. So risky standard,
Yep.
and then the 1 bonus die. That's a 5. So that's
Nice.
still, for the purposes of ticking the clock, that is still a success. So you still get the
Mm-hmm.
so you still get those ticks. So that completes. But you also then
Nice.
get a consequence. So what I think happens is, so you down the you take the shot and hit the other unsheathed corpsman in the neck, and he drops like the sacks of grain that you were carrying in your cart, and so I'm going to tick the midnight clock once, and I am also going to have you taking that sort of bit of time, basically to um, uh, sort of stop and confront these two. You see the form of small skyship come flying over the edge of the
No.
the trough across the moon, um, in in front of the light of the moon, kind of a thing. And the Major Keurig is here and is looking. Um, they haven't necessarily uh, spotted you, but they are. We'll say they're about to. I mean, because there's a wrecked cart and some dead people, so um, they are about to spot you. What do y'all do?
um, I mean, if we can blend in somehow, but I don't know how
Time.
close are we to people?
Do we have enough time to return the cart, put the bodies in the cart, and whack the birds to make them go back into the tunnel?
I No, I don't think so. Not for
Yeah.
that much. I think that's a little overzealous.
What about just throwing the? Well, I don't know. Do we have enough time to climb down 15 feet?
I mean, you can be. I'm sort of assuming that, well, because you fell out and hit the ground, so you're on the
Oh,
ground.
I'm on the ground.
Mhm.
And I think
Okay.
Skelt is down out there as well. So if you're, I mean, if you want to be out, you can be out. That's not.
I
All
mean,
right.
I think we don't want to go back in the
No,
tunnel.
yeah.
We can't stay there. So we have to go somewhere.
Look for the closest cover, I guess.
Yeah. Okay. Um, I, th- I'm. This to me sounds like a potential group action again.
Yeah,
And
that sounds right.
Yeah. We take
prob-
cover, wait for them to pass.
probably a prowl
Nice.
would be my
Yeah.
which Salvoama isn't good at, but
I won't be leading a prowl.
who is leading? Who's the one that says like, "Hey, come on, let's duck under the cover of this shanty here."
Probably me, since I spend the most time, out and about.
All right. So, everybody give me a prowl with Skelt leading the action here.
Risky.
This will be a risky standard, yes.
No bonus die, right?
Correct.
Let me check.
So our highest result is a 5. And we have one failure from Thalvolma. So Skill, take 1 stress. For that 1 failure, but you do get a mixed success here. So I'm gonna take Midnight Clock once. Um, and the so at this point the little ship that that Major Keurig was in kind of swoops down, and you are just just able to sort of kind of get undercover before they spot you outright. But they kind of come down and drop uh, two more unsheathed, come
Oof.
out and start searching. And on the boat itself, they kind of flick on this big, basically like kind of magic tech Oh no, you know what it is? It is a human um unsheathed who's an animancer, who, flicks his fingers around and basically sort of puts out this big kind of magical spotlight. Um and so they are searching around for you. And as you look up, you can see another uh small ship crest over the edge of the. So they had, in the time that they were crossing over to come into the trough, they've called in some reinforcements. um so do I want to do? No, that's fine for now. Okay, so you're under that cover, but you've got people sort of bearing down on you here. What are you doing?
What cover are we under? Is there a
You're under, like I said, sort of a lot of this is this kind of shanty town, mostly sort of rotting wood kind of thing. So you're like sort of ducking between little hovels and huts and things, and just trying to sort of generally stay out of sight here.
I mean, do we
Uh,
just keep going to try and get to? Is
can
there
we
like,
can we outrun or something? Not be
yeah,
seen, or do we have to face them or get rid of them? Either way.
Yeah, I mean, let's see. So maybe I should start another clock here. Um,
Oh, I guess what tunnels do we know of around here that we could use?
yeah,
yeah. I mean, I think there are certainly tunnels that you would be aware of around here.
Maybe cause a distraction of sorts and slip away.
yeah.
So I'm going to start a 6-step clock here for Major Carrick in the pursuit. Um, okay, so you want to try and create a distraction? Is that what you said?
Yeah.
Yeah, that sounds good.
Okay, what
I
does that what
should
does that look like?
also, I was thinking if we could call reinforcements with the distraction, like maybe it's a flare or something that we have that we can place and get away from before it goes off.
Uh, sure.
Set
So
off
calling
fireworks or something.
Yeah.
Yes.
so using some kind of signal to signal Finale's rest, the other group, to come in and sort of be some kind of distraction.
Yep.
Yeah.
Um, cool. I like that. So let's um yeah, so someone Falvoama, that was sounds like your idea. So why don't you go in into the memories rest um playbook there, and there should be there's a roll button next to Finale's rest on the top right.
Rest roll.
See that?
Bonus dice, none.
None. So that's their qualities one. Yeah, okay. Cool. So that doesn't go great. um
Why would it?
Nothing goes great, does it?
It's always one step
um
forward, two steps back.
I mean, I'm just leaving a flare for them. That's just for calling them though, right? Not for what they do.
I mean, I think rolling the action for them is the thing here. So
Dang it.
um yeah, I think putting up this flare. So I think they you see them in their little ship. What does it look like? I think they have um like because these skyships are basically powered by people pushing basically magic wind into the sails. And so I think so they all have like little arrays of sails on them. And so they come sort of the flare goes up, and they you see this little ship with these sort of bright purple sails that catch the moonlight come ripping through. And I think even from down here you can hear this crew is 3 people. It's 2 human twins and a barblish woman. So it's Center and Kin are the twins. So Center is a human male and Kin is a human female, and then Selvarananol is a barblish female. And you can hear I think as you see them come in, you can hear Selvarananol just like bellowing, basically this like really hearty like the I don't know what example I was going to use, but just this and you can hear Kin also just like sort of whooping as they come sort of flying in down here, and then immediately gets like smashed into by this other the other unsheathed ship. So they're gonna take 1 tick of harm here as well, and they are tangled up with that second ship, so they don't really do much of a distraction here for you, or they don't distract Major Keurig. It doesn't have the effect on Major Keurig that you were hoping it would.
But at least the other ship is distracted.
The other ship is tangled, but they're also in not a small amount of trouble up there. And then in addition to that, one of the 2 unsheathed that's on the ground sort of you round a corner and he's right there. It's a we'll say a male barblish in this duster uniform, and turns around and immediately he pulls out his like a big what does he have? He's gonna have a spear, and pulls out a spear and shouts to the other ones, and runs at who was leading the group action here?
I did that.
Oh, I guess Thavalon was the one that shot the flare. I've
It
Skill.
was a time flare, so
It was a time flare. Okay, so we'll have Skelt was the one that was leading the sneak here. So we'll say he's running straight at
Okay.
Skelt.
God damn it.
What do you do?
Not get hit by the spear.
I pull out a pistol and shoot him.
Is it getting thrown at me, or is he just running to stab me with it?
Yes, the latter.
Okay, I see.
Well, I have my special ability is bodyguard.
Mm-hmm.
I love the sound of it.
Can I protect?
Yeah, I mean, so that is protecting a teammate means if someone was going to take damage, basically you say no, I'm taking the damage instead, and then you can resist. You get a bonus when you resist it.
Oh, okay.
So if something were to happen to Skelt here,
okay,
you could say no.
I got
not
you.
in my house.
Not in my house.
Would you say finesse works here? Can I just finesse and well, I mean, dodging doesn't really stop the danger from still being there. I guess I have to fight back.
What were you intending with the finesse? You mean like dodging out of the way?
Yeah, I finesse. He like dodge, he trips on a rock, smacks his head on a bigger rock, and dies.
I think that's more of a prowl than it is a finesse, because prowl is climb, swim, run, jump, and tumble. Whereas finesse is more like manual dexterity stuff,
Yeah.
generally.
And can I skirmish and just go charge at him? I feel like that's on brand of my character.
Oh yeah, sure, absolutely. If that's
And
what
be
you want
like,
to do.
hold up, let
Tackle.
me at him.
Yeah, totally. I'm down with that. Here, how about this? Because the other thing I will say is, if you're talking about finesse in that context, that's not necessarily then, like, prowl would be you jumping out of the way kind of a thing and trying to dodge. Finesse is maybe you trying to, like, as he's running at you, like, uh
Can I somehow take the spear from him?
yeah,
Ooh.
like doing that, or like whipping a door out randomly and smacking him in the face kind of a thing. You know what I mean? Something
Yeah.
like that. Some sort of um
Yeah.
so I think the way we could do this is we could say, we could do, look at me like advertising all these fun teamwork things. Um is having scale what you do be a setup action
Yep.
for Keva's
Yep.
action.
Attack.
Okay.
So
So I can roll a pro or something.
so you could roll a finesse if you're trying to like grab his spear as he's trying to
Knock him off balance or something. And,
stab you or whatever. Yeah.
okay.
You wanna push yourself, devil's bargain, any of that fun stuff?
Can I hear the devil's bargain?
Sure. Let's see. Um, yeah, I'll give you a bonus die for a tick on the midnight clock.
Team, how do we feel about that?
How many ticks do we have?
You're currently at 2 of 8.
We're trying to get all 8, right?
No, we're trying to get the item before it hits 8,
Oh,
right?
when that clock hits midnight, well, when that clock hits full, it turns
right,
into
midnight.
to
Okay,
midnight.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which if it which is a couple things. That's like the culmination of that existential dread thing. And it is also as per the information you received, that
lasers.
So, well, the lasers and Nobis Artiga was under the impression that this artifact would somehow activate at midnight. That was the reason she wanted to have
And
it
we
in
want
this
it in the manor by midnight.
party in the thing.
Okay. I'm just gonna roll as is then. Don't have to add any stress or anything.
Okay.
So risky, standard, and
This is gonna be risky limit. Wait, yes, this is gonna be risky limited. But the limited doesn't necessarily matter all that much because you're doing the setup action. So, because like I said, sort of by default against this higher tier faction, you're gonna be
always at disadvantage.
at a disadvantage. Yeah.
So is that still risky or is it
It's still risky, so it's just risky limited.
okay. Got it. Oh shit.
Ooh, that's great.
Oh no.
Okay, so let's so before a set of action, you have an indirect effect on an obstacle. If your action has an result, any member of the team who follows through on your maneuver gets +1 effect or improved position for the roll. You choose benefit, blah blah. This is a good way to set of action. So anyway, so let's Kevin, let's go ahead and roll your thing. You're just not getting the improved
Okay.
effect or position or whatever. probably effect would make the most sense here.
So it's
So
just
you,
more challenging for her
so
to do
you,
her part.
so you're still going to be risky, limited.
Okay.
And let's see how you roll before we find out what happens
Okay.
to everybody here.
Basically limited 0 bone. Oh no.
We suck at this.
This
This is
is
terrible.
this is good.
Oh, did I rolled the wrong one.
What were you intending to roll?
I was supposed to roll skirmish.
It's the same thing
Right?
anyway. It's two. It's both
Oh.
2. So
Oh, that's right. Okay.
okay. So
She needs to redo it actually.
what's that?
I think she actually needs to redo it.
Yeah, I think
It doesn't
I did
say.
the wrong one.
Okay. So the setup goes wrong and the execution goes wrong.
Oh my goodness.
Great combination.
Okay, so the first thing that happens, and I'll go through all of this, and then we'll see if anybody wants to resist anything or anything like that. So you try and get your hands on the spear. It doesn't work. So Skelt, you are going to take the level 1 harm. What's a good word for getting like slashed by a spear?
Failed.
That sounds more serious than level 1. is the problem. Take the level 1 harm slashed.
Mm-hmm.
And Keva, as you try and jump out, I'm going to take this midnight clock again. Because that's a thing to keep ticking here as time keeps passing. Keva, as the as he had called the reinforcements before, you're trying to go after the first guy that's going after it's going after Skelt, and another one rounds the corner just in time to take his spear and ram it into your shoulder. So you also will take the level 1 harm pierced. And if anybody would like to resist any of that.
Would you say mine was slashed?
Slashed.
Okay.
I mean, I will resist the slash.
So you want to resist his?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that is using your so that would mean so Skelt, you can take away your slashed, and
Okay.
Keva, you then also get your second level 1 harm. You take that slashed. And then you can resist it. And you get +1 die for your resist roll there.
Okay. What? Where's my resist roll?
So this is going to be a prowess resist. So you'll get 2 die for that. So +1. So go ahead and hit prowess. Okay. And +1 die.
Ooh.
Wow. Yeah. Okay. So that's a crit. I'm pretty sure I know what that means in this context, but let me just make sure.
Let's go.
Thanks for taking the hit for me.
Yeah, I got you.
Gosh, I was just there.
That's my my orphan upbringing. my compassionate orphan upbringing.
I've made a friend. They must be protected.
Yeah.
Okay. So you take no stress. So take away the slash. So the slash goes away.
Nice.
All right. If you get a critical result, which is what you did, which is 2 6s, you also clear 1 stress.
Let's go. How do I do that?
So just click that third one again. It should go away, I think. Does that work?
It's not. Do I hit the X?
Oh, that takes it all away. Okay, whatever.
Oh, okay.
Then put it back. So you can also resist your other one if you would like. You don't get the bonus die, but you can resist both of them if you want.
What happens if I resist it and it doesn't work? I get more stress.
It always, if you choose to resist it, it always works. It just depends how much stress you take for it.
Oh, okay.
And you're rolling two die for your prowess resist, which is pretty decent. So
right. Okay, so I should just do it again.
Sure, if that's up to you.
Okay. I'm gonna do it again. So I don't get any bonus die though.
Correct.
Okay.
That's a 6 again.
Yes.
Wow. So clear that pierce and you take no stress.
Wow! Let's go.
So give me a little narration on that. On how
what I did.
How you turn that around to
I'd love to hear this.
Take no harm to yourself and no harm to Skelt and lose 1 stress.
The spear was being hurtled and he missed it, but then I jumped out of the air and got it and then smacked the other spear out of the way. And then, yep, no damage was done.
So this is like, I feel like this is like you, like in your element a little bit. Like this is your training kicking in.
Exactly.
Which like, because I like the element of this relieving a little bit of stress for yourself.
Yeah.
Just like that.
Yeah, I can do this.
The feeling of you falling into something that's familiar, is relaxing in a weird way.
Yeah.
All right, so you still got these 2 guys, and so you're in a desperate position here, but you have taken no harm because Keva is a boss.
Let's go. And technically, I now have their spears, right? They don't have spears because they threw them at us.
Well, I don't.
Right?
I don't think they were throwing them at you.
Yeah, they came charging at us.
Oh, that's right.
But yeah. So Falvwama, what are you doing in all this?
Didn't she take a minus another stress because of her last one?
No, she just rolled a 6 on a crit on that one. The minus stress is only for a crit.
Oh, Dad, so why was she able to roll another 6 after rolling the 2 previous 6s? Because she rolled a crit?
No, she resisted those 2 consequences separately. So she resisted yours because that's the thing that.
And then her own.
And then her own, yeah.
I see.
So you can resist consequences separately. You can resist multiple consequences separately. Yeah.
Okay.
But anyway, yeah. So Thalvlama, what are you doing in all this?
I guess I'll take out some throwing knives.
Ooh, okay.
And aim for their faces.
Yeah.
All right. So you marked that throwing knife. So this is generally going to standardly this would be a hunt, because hunt is attack with precision shooting from a distance. I would say I could see this as I could see an argument for this as as a finesse roll, but I think that would have less effect, which in this case would sort of bump you down from limited to zero effect. So you'd need to like push yourself or something um to get any effect at all.
Yeah, I guess I'm not much of a fighter. Uh, maybe. Maybe instead I'll look for a way out of the situation.
Okay. Um
And what would be best for that? Eh, Study?
gen generally I think survey is that kind of thing, because survey is a more so study. Generally the difference between study and survey, study is something when you're like taking time um to
Genuine
uh
time uses.
close scrutiny, whereas survey is
I'll
more an
just
instinctual
seduce them
thing.
then, I guess, since I've got so much sway.
um I don't know that that's gonna work. I'll say this though. I will give you, um if you would like, we can say use study as a sort of a flashback thing, so that you were studying the maps of your underground stuff. Does that make sense?
Okay,
So if you want to roll a study, I won't make you take any stress for this, but to basically you sort of trying to remember back to picture the maps in your head or whatever, and try and find your exit route here.
gotcha. Okay, that's probably the best I can do.
And you won't
Uh,
take the reduced effect from your bruise, because this is a sort of mental thing, not a physical thing.
gotcha.
Okay, that's a 4. Um,
Better than nothing.
so yeah, so I'm gonna say that you find a that you can remember a spot, but I'm gonna tick that midnight clock. Um, and so as all that is going on, uh, with the other two, you're sitting there and trying to remember um where this is, and uh I think as you're doing that, you notice some other movement in some of the shanties nearby, um and you know, around a corner in a sort of a darker alley, you see like a cloaked head peek around a corner to sort of see what's going on where you and these other guards are. And then as you sort of notice that and you're looking, you see a hand come around the corner to sort of hold on to the wall as this person is looking. And you see that the fingers of that hand are in fact blue. Um, the the blue fingers are here and have noticed what's going on. And they are now on the board here.
Oh
I resist. I say no.
no.
If you
Nope.
would that is a thing
Wait.
you can do if you would like to resist that consequence.
I don't know. It might not be a bad thing though, because we have 0 negative effect with them. We're just running away from losers. Well, I
Um,
guess it's the cops though, isn't it? Technically.
Well, it's
us.
the cops, but I mean, so I'll give you this because this is information that you would have, being Bohemians, because you know stuff.
Mhm.
So the the controlling powers are not overly fond of the influence they, being the Blue Fingers, have gained. but have also hired their services on rare occasions, and their attempts to flush them out of the trough have gone very poorly. So they retain an uneasy truce that leaves them their territory outside the city walls. So tensions between there are tensions between the Blue Fingers and the Unsheathed. Um, you know, whether that's something you're able to play off of, I don't know. But that's a thing. But now they are here. They have noticed, and they're not fond of people in their territory. So what's up?
Can I call to
So
him with sway?
You can, yeah, if you would like to try and what's
Call for
your
help?
what's your intention here?
Or
What are you
should
trying
I?
to get them to do?
and I think I still have my ally friend, because last time I checked, my bird failed getting to him.
Your bird failed calling to him. I mean, he's
Yeah.
still a person that exists somewhere.
Oh, maybe that's him peeking around the corner.
Who knows?
I could let him know that we're friends of what's his name, and
Oh.
um,
Yeah, help us out.
we need your help.
Don't kill us.
Try to guilt trip him into it, something like that. I mean, I don't know if I can do anything to.
So you're basically like trying to strike a bargain with them.
Yeah.
I mean, yeah,
Oh, we'll owe you one.
that's definitely a sway type thing. But it depends what your I want to know what you're basically what you're offering and what you're trying to get from them.
And John does have a broker friend. If that helps. Or I guess not.
Yeah, I don't
Yeah.
know that. Yeah, I don't know if that's necessarily applicable to.
She can't bargain on
Oh, I could
our behalf.
I do have a prostitute friend. I could um or I guess I'd
Oh, anybody else on your list of friends there that aren't with an up arrow or down arrow are not. Those are not.
oh, gotcha. Those are placeholders.
Yeah.
Okay. That's silly. But okay. I would say just asking for uh to get us out of here, and we'll be in your debt pretty much. Um
Yeah, I mean, bargain for clear, safe passage, and
Mm-hmm.
but what can we give in return?
Okay.
what do I have? What could I have?
Do they like money? Do we have money?
What do
Um,
we
you
could say I
look at
have
your items.
an unusual weapon that would be something that
If I
an
gave up.
assassin would like.
Oh. If I gave up my unusual weapon?
I think let's. Yeah, I don't know.
Ooh, what if I just had the blade finger from Assassin's Creed just in my pack, and I'd throw it to him and be like, "Hey, get me out of here! It's yours."
If you yeah, I'm trying to think of what might be appealing to them.
Things to help them assassinate better.
I could have a fine disguise kit, and I could make it look like I'm one of them. That would be
not a very good idea though.
I don't know. I don't know. I think that would be something that you'd need a little bit more preparation.
Yeah, well, I mean, that's one of the things I can decide were in my pack, right? I guess I need a flashback for that though too.
Or we
And
could
that-
go a different route, and while I'm in my fighting mode, I could go into all like command mode and just be like, "Hey, dude,
You saw
help
what
us
I
out."
just did? Yeah.
I could maybe see that as like an assist or something.
Me commanding would be the assist to the
My sway.
yeah.
Yeah.
Like tried to sway, and then I was just like, "Rah, help us out, dude."
Well, I
All
think
command
Awkward.
like.
yeah, no, I'm
Awkward
thinking more
paper.
just in the context of you just sort of giving some kind of assist to the, especially
Oh.
since you have such low stress now.
True.
That kind of thing. Yeah, I don't know that you have any sort of items that would be of interest to them
Mm-hmm.
bargaining, but yeah, I mean, I would. So let's when we get that sway, we can sort of see how things go. Are you so are we saying that, or is Keva assisting that then?
Yeah.
And then so you get that. Do you want to push yourself as well, or take a devil's bargain?
I have a lot of stress, so I don't think I can do much to push myself. Why not?
All right.
Well,
So Keva, take that stress for the assist.
Okay.
We'll check back in with what that looks like exactly. And let's make that sway roll.
I'm risky. Standard.
This will be this is going to be desperate standard.
All right. And one extra die.
One bonus die. Oh no.
Ooh.
Whatever.
3, 2, 2.
I'll go home.
Yoicks.
Man, this is
This is going great.
this is not the best. Okay.
We're just always in a hole here. Somehow we come out unscathed, but we're still in a hole.
Unscathed.
All right. So here's what's gonna happen. So failing a desperate roll is really bad.
So now they hate us.
Now
We have-
everyone's after us.
Yeah, so I'm gonna tick the midnight clock. I am going to give you -1 with the blue fingers.
Uh-oh.
-1 status. So you Athavalma, you go up and you try to strike some kind of a deal with this blue finger. This would be a human male under this cloak. It's kind of hard to see except for the blue fingers. And he comes out and approaches you as Skelt and Keva are kind of tangling with these other two guards here. and Keva, as you're doing that and you're trying to sort of, shout over to that, I think you catch a spear tip across the face.
Oh.
So you're gonna take the level 1 harm sliced.
Oof.
Be a little bit different. And Falvama, you sort of approach this man, and he comes up to you, and you're trying to convince him to to grant you passage, basically, and trying to think of things that you could offer, and he walks slowly up to you, and he looks you in the eye. He's shorter than you because and Faith are tall. He looks you in the eye, and even in the noise of the fight going on, uh you hear him sort of in a low, like almost whisper. He says, "The trough is ours. No one trespasses." And you see his blue fingers flash, and you look down, and there is a knife in your gut.
Oh no.
Take the level 2 harm stabbed.
All right.
Uh,
I'm gonna resist
okay.
the -1 for our group by apologizing.
Oh, interesting. Okay. So that's oh, very interesting. Okay. That's not what I would expect you to resist. So
Takes the damage, but don't hate us.
I kind of love that picture though. So that is an that's, I'm gonna say that's an insight resist, which is good for you. That's your one of your. I mean, resolve would have been better, but
Nice.
so
I've learned my lesson, but now we're square.
Make that insight resist. I'll pull away this -1.
Yay.
Goes back to 0.
Huge.
And let's see how much stress you take.
Insight resist.
Just click on the insight there.
Where is it?
Top right.
Top right, in black.
Oh, just the.
Yep.
Gotcha. No bonus.
Mm. Oh my lord!
Right.
That's a 6.
Let's go.
So you see, so you take this dagger to the gut. It just expertly twists, like, just through the metal in your, that is your part of your bones and stuff. And feel like it's one of those things where, as you've just been stabbed, you have that weird thought of, like, that you notice the expertise and the precision of that strike. And you, like, fall to your knees, and basically, what do you say to him to like apologize for trespassing on their territory?
Sorry. I didn't want to come here. It was our only choice.
And with that, I think you see just the faintest hint of a smile sort of quirk the edge of his lips. And he just, like,
come neither.
And he just, like, yeah, no, I don't think he did. And I think you almost see, like, the tiniest bit of, like, respect in his eye, for you just, like, getting stabbed and being more concerned about the sovereignty,
his feelings.
the sovereignty of the blue fingers. And he, I think, just sort of fades back into the shadow and disappears.
Nice.
and is not going to help you, um, but is not going to,
No more harm for the time being.
do more than stab you in the gut.
Yeah.
Nice.
Great. So Keva and Skelt, what's going on with you? The two of you are sort of in this
We're still tussling, right?
tussle here. And
We're still fighting.
Memories Rest in their boat are sort of up. There's lots of loud noises you can hear. Selvarenonol's bellows like echoing off the sides of the trough as they're clearly mixing it up with the unsheathed up there. So Keva and or Skelt, what are you doing?
I think we have to. We're still battling those two guys, right? They're still both there.
There's two. There's those two that are immediately on you, and there's that there are more closing in.
Then maybe we realize it's time to run, and I go and pick up. Who was that just got stabbed? Talwama? No, yeah.
Talwama, yeah.
I go and scoop, and then we run. Because if we keep fighting, we're just gonna keep fighting.
Mm-hmm.
So is it time to? We know where the tunnel is, right?
It's true, you do know where the tunnel is.
Did he leave the dagger in me at least? Do I have a weapon now? Free weapon.
But do you bleed out if you remove it?
I don't know. I don't think he left that. That seems like a blue hand thing to like be sort of like strangely religious about your weapons.
I suppose. Yeah, I think it's time to run.
All right. So Keva, that sounds to me like you're leading a group action.
Yeah.
All right. So yeah. So that sounds to I'm trying to think if there needs to be a
I'm commanding.
We're still prowling.
I mean, so here's what I'm trying to grapple with. Yes, I think that would be a prowl, but I think there needs to be something else to give you the opportunity to do that. Do you know what I mean?
Oh, because they're still attacking us.
Because you're still in the fight there, yeah.
I don't know. Can we call my bird in? Have another go at him doing something and give us a chance to run?
Sure. You could do that.
Something on someone's head, maybe.
So use that to kind of harry them to give you the opening a little bit.
Yeah, poke at their eyes.
All right, great. Give me that.
Would that be another Corvus roll or something else?
Another Corvus. I mean, yeah, Corvus or command.
Yeah,
which are the same. This poor bird.
Another mediocrity.
Well, a 4 or a 5 would be mediocrity, but
True. 1 to 3 is still quite unfortunate.
This is great.
So I think he's like
he takes the hit, of course, but
yeah, I think he does take another hit. And he's sort of weaving. He's trying to like kind of ghost in and out. So it's like as if he's like appearing out of nowhere, like swooping in and then disappearing again.
Trying to scare them or distract them or whatever.
Just trying to scare and distract them. And one of them
maybe he tries to like take a swing at me and then Corvus appears at that exact moment and I guess takes the hit.
Okay, you know what this is? This is what this is.
Oh god.
You're in the middle of this this scrum here. Things are getting pretty desperate. And the yeah, Corvus is trying to sort of fly in and get this distraction, and get this opening. And what you don't notice in the the chaos of this is around the other corner comes a short figure in a duster uniform.
No.
And pulls out a basically like a hand crossbow kind of a thing.
Yeah.
I don't want to do like full on guns. Pulls out this hand crossbow and levels it right at you, Skelt. And pulls the trigger. And yeah, I think just as you said, the arrow
shows
flies
up
towards you,
as the arrow's
and
flying.
Corvus takes the arrow. This is, because this is a desperate thing. Corvus is going to take
Don't-
2 ticks of damage, so put up to 3. I'm
Here I am
ticking.
having up my bird.
I'm ticking the midnight clock. You are you're stuck in this fight. And Major Kirik is here.
Can I bodyguard Corvus?
For Corvus, sure.
I, like,
This
take the spear and
this is going to be a level 2 harm. What is a good? I don't want to use pierced again, but that's what I
shot.
what is a good thing for getting
Pelted.
hit by a
Penetrated, punctured.
punctured is good. I like punctured. So Kevin, take the level 2 harm, punctured, and then go ahead and try and make that resist with a +1 die.
Okay, so I take punctured. And then which one do I
Prowess,
prowess?
because this is physical.
And then which just the one, no bonus dice?
1 bonus die because you get
One
from your
bonus die.
bodyguard, because you're taking the
Right,
hit for somebody
okay.
else.
Right.
Jeez,
It's crazy.
You are
Let's
crazy.
roll.
So does Corvus take 1 hit or no hits?
So Corvus takes no hits. So he
Jesus.
goes back down to the 1, because Keva took it instead. So
Yeah.
Corvus appears.
Corvus is
to,
now
to take
Kevin's
the
best
hit,
friend.
to take the hit for Skelt, and Keva's just
Yeah.
like, no.
No.
And
Not you, not your bird, no one.
No one.
is this a slapping the arrow straight, or the bolt straight out of the air?
Yeah, 100%. That is for sure what that is.
So that, yeah, so clear that punctured.
Yes.
And you take no stress. You are a machine.
Let's go.
But yeah, Kirik is here. You are 2 ticks away from midnight,
Oh no.
We're gonna get a move on, folks.
and you are super in a desperate position now.
Corvus takes...
Falvoama is bleeding out in the back.
Oh no. Ugh.
I mean, it's only level 2. It's not that bad. It's bad, but you know.
Can Corvus carry the
Oh yeah,
thing
I
where
can
it needs to
shapeshift,
go?
right?
Oh, take the.
Ta-da! The
It's
I
not
think
a
it'd be
bad
pretty
idea.
easy for them to shoot him out of the sky from what we've experienced.
end.
Well,
No,
no,
he
he
takes
is
the
a
tunnel.
shapeshifter,
Oh,
so
there we
he
go.
becomes like a cheetah or something.
Oh, there we go.
Nice.
Runs at the speed of light, and we have no issues.
And we jump on his back because it's a big
There we go.
cheetah, and then he
It's a
rides
fat
into
one. Yeah.
victory. So yes.
Sounds like no, it can't be this easy.
he,
However, my bird has
I
tried and failed twice to do something
think
useful with his life.
here's what I'll say. So I think if there's I think the option of having Corvus try and take the artifact is, so for one, that's you're introducing the risk of bringing that artifact out into the open, for one.
Oh, good point.
But I think if you wanted to do that, it's either one of two things for Corvus. It's either him carrying something that's too heavy for him while trying to stay in ghost form, or it's him morphing into something bigger and not being able to ghost
Yeah.
form.
Just being in the open. Okay, so it's quickly or slowly. So if we're caught, or if it strikes midnight, is it game over and we're caught or something?
I don't know that you necessarily have any idea of what midnight necessarily means. The only information you have is that,
Yeah. Just
I mean,
jury and
there's the
bedrooms.
general sky laser stuff that's going to go on during
Mhm.
midnight, and people aren't great at midnight. But then there's also this information that you were given about this artifact potentially getting activated or whatever at midnight.
Can
Um,
Corvus turn into like an elephant over one of the soldiers' head and kill them, and then stampede them out there instead? Or like a rhino or something. Rhinos are pretty tough.
can Corvus attack the major?
Yeah.
Can I give him a large weapon? Can I give him some arcane implements?
Or could we do something where we make it somehow seem like we don't have it? Because technically they don't know we have it, right?
That is true.
So they're just chasing us because we robbed the cart or something.
Right.
I mean, I don't think that they know that you have it on you right now.
Okay.
They assume we have it.
Yes. I mean, because they know your intention was to try and steal it or something.
Yeah.
Before we do anything, can I survey? Will that give us any options?
Sure.
Okay.
What are you hoping to gain here?
I mean, we're more or less face to face with them, so either. Well, we have to try and get to where we're going by midnight, right? Which is more or less impossible at this rate. So maybe create some distance between us and them if something were to happen. Um.
Sure.
I'm trying to
Close are we
figure out.
to know how close we are to the tunnel?
Yeah. that's fine as well. I will give you I don't know, maybe this is setting a dangerous precedent, but I will give you increased effect because of like an assist, basically an assist from Corvus.
Mm-hmm.
So make that survey desperate great.
Okay. Here we go, bird. Third time's a charm. No, no, it isn't. You useless waste of life.
Oh no.
Spend all day and all this prep time hyping you up, thinking you can do the great things, and you're 0 for 3 and save it. Kevin will not save you this time.
I mean, he was just helping you this time. Oh gosh. All right. Well, that's a desperate failure.
So he surveys, he's not paying attention, he flies into a wall and takes 2 hits of damage.
All right. Well, here's what happens.
Just don't kill him quite yet. I just got one more attempt at him.
So you're in the middle. You're in the middle of this fight. You know, you and Keva at this point are throwing blades with these two, and the two unsheathed, and there are more coming in. And I think in the awesome TV series version of this, we get the time slow down here. We see a shot of Major Keurig in their boots, splashing through the mud as they walk down, as they knock another bolt in their crossbow, and how they look like a giant on this field, even though they're only 4 feet tall. We see the temptations taken thought for true, and the finale's rest, flying around and getting pretty beat up and beating up the other boat. They're flying around. Their sails are getting tangled together, and they're desperately trying to hold altitude and whatever. As the camera passes across them, and Silveronanol has a big. Did I say what kind of weapon they have? I don't know that I did. I don't. She fights with an axe, though. That feels right. Just like swinging this axe around on the deck of this ship with the others. You see a the blue hand assassin sort of watching from a little balcony, and then just turns around and walks away. And you see Thalwama on their knees, sort of clutching their stomach, and Corvus flying around. And you see in your pack, as the clock ticks to midnight, a small light from the artifact as it begins to glow. And in the middle of this fight, you're all gripped by it feels like the world is like closing in around you, as you feel this dread just like grab a hold of your chest, and you kind of involuntarily like crumple under the weight a little bit of it, and you see everyone else do similarly. Everyone else except for Major Keurig, who just keeps marching and raises their hand with a crossbow leveled at at Skelt, whose bag is now glowing. And a couple things happen at once.
Oh, no.
Just Corvus eat the laser.
We see from over the edge of the trough, the light, this beam of light erupt from the maw, straight into the sky, and it like pushes away the clouds like a shockwave. One of the soldiers just like grips, as he's running into the fight, grips his chest and falls over. And you know, you can feel it in yourselves as well. And you feel you know how lightning is like, you first see the flash and then you feel the rumble, the boom. Especially those like really powerful ones where it's like that ripping crack. This is the opposite. You feel that first,
and then you hear it.
This just sort of this shockwave, this sound that rips through everyone and feels like it's tearing, you know, the fabric of reality apart. And then this incredibly powerful flash comes from the artifact in Skelt's bag. And the flash blinds everyone for a second. And then Skelt, in that blinding flash, you feel an enormous flash of pain as well, as you get slammed with this crossbow bolt, like at the base of your neck. Take the level 3 harm skewered.
Oh, Jesus.
And as all of you recover from this flash, you look around and the world is different. You were down in this trough, and now it seems like you are up on some kind of ridge line, made out of this like almost crystalline, like a deep green, some kind of stone. It's like semi translucent, and you look as what you saw as the shapes of houses around you before are now like those used to be the closed spaces, and now are the open spaces. And there's a part of your comprehension that can't quite grasp exactly what's going on right now. and you all take a moment to look around, and there's in the immediate area of you, there are it's as if everything within like a 10-meter uh radius of this object just got sort of teleported or something into something different. You see one unsheathed that was on apparently the edge of that border, who is only half here, in whatever place this is. And as this sort of settles a little bit, I think, some of you fall to the ground, and whatever, and I think the artifact kind of peeks out or pops out of your bag there, Skelt. And Thalvoama, you see this artifact for the first time, because you were not one of the ones that looked at it earlier. Keva and Skelt were able to recognize that this was not a cartographer object, but you, seeing it, immediately recognize it. This is not a cartographer artifact. This is, in fact, Enfathen. And this is a what you know as a key part of an Enfathen teleportation gate, basically. And maybe you can guess at sort of what's happened here, but somehow it was affected by the energy and the eruptions from the maw. But you are not in whatever version of reality you were in 3 seconds ago. There is one of the unsheathed corpsmen who stirs on the ground next to you. The others, the other couple that were in this radius, seemed to be non-responsive. One of them is like half like protruding from the side of what was a building before, and now is a solid chunk of this sort of semi-translucent stone. And this person is a human, and just sort of like looks around, and just runs and disappears. What do you all do?
Oof.
How many,
Resist.
how many enemies are still there?
Is my bird okay?
Your bird is okay.
Wow. So nothing's like it was 30 seconds ago.
So we're there, and what's your face is there.
No, Keurig is not here. Keurig was outside of this radius of whatever happened here.
Nice. So how many bad guys are alive besides the one who ran away?
Besides the one who ran away, I think there's. I'm gonna say it's basically negligible. Like that one that ran away was like the only one that was
Conscious.
alive or conscious or whatever.
Uh,
Nice.
bodyguard. Can I bodyguard?
um, maybe this is an overreach, but I'm gonna say that you cannot. Um,
Ugh,
because of this happened like during this giant flash,
yeah,
where all of you were. I think that feels the most true.
that's fair.
So yeah, so Skelt is has a bolt
And
in
Oof.
in
my neck
his
slash spine.
yeah in your collarbone or something. um and basically needs help to do anything or needs to push himself to do anything.
I see that there is healing.
During downtime.
Okay, fair enough. This ain't it. This ain't it.
This ain't it.
The room, starting with the artifact.
What's that?
That's the. I loot the room starting with the artifact because that's what I'm most. That's what I care about most.
Yeah. What are you doing with it? Or
I put it in my bag.
you put it you take it and put it in your bag?
Well, maybe I'll wait. I'll let her hold it for now. I look around for weapons of the dead soldiers, I guess, and items of value.
Um as you're doing that, um I'm trying to think. I Yeah, I mean, okay. So as you're doing that, I think whoever else is looking around or whatever, um this um it's hard to tell it's hard to tell how you kind of can know this, but the feeling that you get is when you look like sort of up towards what you think the sky should be, um somehow you feel like you're looking down. It's a very strange and disorienting sensation, and probably keeps you from looking too much at the quote unquote sky. um uh but in that direction, it's rather than sort of being an open sky, it feels like it just sort of fades into this kind of inky cloud that gets thicker and thicker as it goes, up or down or whatever direction that is. um but you see in all of that, as you look up, there's like I said, you're sort of on this rise, uh as if the someone took like a molding of the trough, and then like flipped it upside down, and that's what you're standing on now. Do you know what I mean? Does that make sense?
So it's the upside down world from Stranger Things.
um but you see all around, around the city, or what what should be the city, or whatever. um there's all of these sort of figures, kind of floating around, and it's startling when you see it, the number, um of things that are here, just sort of floating around in the air, and sort of, um uh, uh walking around, or whatever, on the ground, and there are these, I mean, really sort of spectral shapes. Some are the shapes of people. Lots are the others are the shapes of creatures, of animals, kind of wandering around, and it's as if all of them are being kind of drawn to uh, the space that you can generally recognize to be where relationally to where you are is where the mall would be, in the quote unquote normal world. And here that maw is, rather than being a big hole in the ground, is this huge spire peak, basically. So what's up?
I'd like Corvus to survey again. Just kidding.
Okay. Oh, no.
No, he's done. He's done. It's over.
I guess I'll attempt to consort with one of these spirit things.
Oh.
Okay. What does that look like? You're just like finding the closest one and
Sure. The one that looks like it is vaguely human, at least, or would be a thing that can speak.
okay. What are you trying to get?
Well, for starters, just to see whether it can see me, or and then furthermore, whether it knows where it is, and whether it can or is willing to tell me anything about where we are.
Okay. So you're trying. So you want to consort, is what you?
Yes.
Okay. Cool. I will give you controlled standard here.
Oh, gotcha. Why do we even try?
Right.
Can I try again?
I think it looks at you and or you try and get its attention. It's this figure of this uh it's a figure of a Hothenboren, which are the ones that have like the animal head on their left arm, and the animal head is like all sort of like weirdly kind of distending and sort of getting pulled in different like shapes, like its shape isn't quite solid, and seems like not not really kind of all there, and uh the sort of the human head kind of stares right at you, and you're trying to sort of judge its its ability to understand or whatever, and it looks straight at you, and says, um, "You are not of here," and you can tell that you're that you're basically that you're speaking words like aren't sort of reaching it, as it's as if they're like, if you could see the sound of your voice, it would be like bouncing off like a glass or something before it got to this thing. So it, it there isn't a kind of a connection made there, because you're the method in which you're using to try and communicate with it is the wrong one.
Tune.
Yeah, great.
Does this thing mean us harm?
Try it
Or
again.
is it just...
Redo.
This is amazing. I don't how is this even possible? Oh, I should note while we're doing this,
Um,
one of the things I totally forgot to mention is that anytime you make a desperate roll, you should be getting a tick of experience in that
Oh.
bucket. So like for instance, if I'm looking up at like scale rolling survey, rolling a desperate survey, you should get a tick in insight, a tick of experience. So maybe I'll go back through and tick that up because were you ticking those on purpose, John?
yes.
The second one,
Um,
yes.
So like
I
you
read it at the bottom of my sheet, so I started.
okay, so you started doing it. So you were keeping track. Okay, good.
Yeah.
All right, I'll try and let me make a note. Or if anyone wants to if you want to go through and do that while we're
I don't think I did any desperate rolls.
Yeah, that's the only one for me.
Yeah, so you feel so what does a tuning look like for you? Is it an animantic thing?
I feel like I reach into myself because of my ancestral presence in my skeleton, I guess, which has been reused in the past.
Mm-hmm.
And then probably close my eyes and reach out.
Yeah. So here you feel the connection made, and when you do that, you feel the being on the other end of that connection push back. And
then I tried again and got a 4. 4 is good enough, right?
So I think what it does is because this is on a controlled still. It's I think you see it make the motion as if it was like going to scream, but instead of like a shrieking noise, it sort of lets out this sort of like low kind of rumbling thing, and then kind of floats off, like retreats quickly, and kind of fades out. But you notice as it lets out that sort of like rumbly thing, that a bunch of these other forms, sort of in some nearby, basically, kind of look in your direction. It doesn't seem like the most friendly of looks.
So I guess I'm just ignoring them, huh? All right. I guess I don't have any other information from my past on how this thing works. Or
I mean, you could. I mean, that sounds like some kind of a role to try and figure out if you're trying to.
I could attune with my own ancestors instead of these geekwads.
Yeah, I mean, it depends. It depends what you're trying to do. Are you trying to, are you trying to like access memory? Are you trying to study the artifact itself and try and figure something out, or what does that all look like?
Try to access memory of my ancestors and commune with them of
Okay.
sorts.
So I'm gonna no, because you're in this situation here. I would say normally this could be just like gather information, but you are in a risky position now. Based on that.
It's my. Is it risky? I wouldn't say it's risky. I just
Well,
gotta
because of the failure on that attune roll, things are aware of your presence here. So you're kind of that pushed you. That the consequence there was pushing you into a risky position. Um, so it's not necessarily that the risk is um of you messing up the information you're getting. It's that you taking the time to do this um might give opportunity of things that are um closing in on you, that kind of thing. So yeah, go ahead and make that a tune. Are you pushing yourself? Are you um
Well, so isn't that my vice to attune with my ancestors or something like that?
I mean that is what you do for your voice, but that's a whole sort of different thing.
I can't do two birds with one stone.
No, because the indulging your vice is a thing you do in downtime. That's like a different thing.
Right. Okay. So attune with my or yeah, attune with my ancestors. And now it's risky.
Risky standard. Or yeah. Do you want to push yourself? Do you want a devil's bargain or something? Or
I'll push myself.
okay. So 2 stress. And that is
The 2 dice. Or
so yeah, you would be going up to 2 dice. I don't think this trying to decide if you're stabbed and I guess not, because it's mostly mental things. I mean, even though you are
Huge migraine.
bleeding or whatever, yeah. Yeah, go ahead and 2 dice. Great.
time I got a something.
So there's your so what does this look like?
Same as before, except for I'm approaching different spirits, I guess. Not reaching outward with my inwardness, but reaching inward.
Yeah. Reaching inward with your outwardness.
Oh, inward with my inwardness, because it's all inside of me. It's
Yeah.
my
So what is this? So normally when you would do this thing for a vice, would it be like some kind of like a meditative type thing where you
say so, yeah.
go
That's the same.
into your mind palace or whatever? Um. So yeah, I mean, so if you like kneel or sit down on the ground or whatever here, and you're reaching, you know extending your awareness like through your metal skeleton to try and sort of search out these ancestors that you usually kind of contact, and you 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 go sort of like looking through the normal pathways that that you're used to seeing these, and as you're doing that, uh you you don't you don't feel them where you expect to feel them. What does it normally look like if you're doing it in your sort of like mind's eye, your imagination, or whatever, like what does it look like in your mind when you visit these people? How do they appear to you?
Uh, I would say, um, they would appear skeletal in nature, and then I
Uh,
guess depending on how much they were imbued into myself, they would be different quantities of skeleton, or like one might just be a finger if that's the piece that I got, or
okay.
i- depending on how much of each ancestor
Yeah. Oh
I was
gosh, that's really cool.
connected with.
So it's almost like they look like a like I'm thinking of like those like diagrams of like a nervous system or something.
Yeah. Something like that. Or like almost between that and like a skeletal, um, just kind of scary looking
Yeah. So okay, so
skeletal army almost.
you kneel down or whatever, and you like I said, sort of you go searching through yourself to find those pieces of these ancestors, and you don't find them where you think you do, and it's sort of puzzling for a little bit, and then uh you hear the voice of one of these ancestors, but it's not a voice in your mind, it's a voice in your ears. um and you open your eyes and you see them in front of you, but they don't
Ooh.
appear the way that they normally do, where normally they appear just as their sort of metal skeletal figures. Here it's the opposite. It's it's what an Enfaith would look like if you had that dark skinned person, um, but took out all the metal parts and took out all their, uh, you know, their skeleton, and it's just like basically a bunch of like ribbons of skin that make up the form of a person.
But there's
Um,
nothing holding them together.
Does everyone see this?
yes, everyone sees this, and there's I mean, how many are there?
Oh, probably almost 100.
Wow.
There's a lot of bones in your body, right?
Yeah, and like you said, sort of some of them are not complete uh figures. Some of them are only like a little ribbony hand or a leg or something. um and there's one at the front that approaches you, um and says, "You have come to see us. How
Yeah.
Ooh.
how is it that you are here?"
I walk over to the pack and pull out the artifact.
And there's a like a bunch of them that, like, in Faith are generally like really subdued um creatures, I think. Having these like sort of metallic skeletons, they generally sort of move in this very slow, kind of almost like um flowing, sort of astronaut-y way, like for whatever reason I always think of those like uh you know astronaut on the moon kind of ways that there's this like kind of floatiness to the way that they move. um but here you see some of them are like shocked, um and there's maybe some gasps or something, um and um and and the one at the front sort of looks around, and just sort of like takes in the whole scene, basically, um, and says, "This this has brought you here. Hmm. This is the realm of spirits. It is not gentle to your kind. We must we must return you."
How am I to get back?
Um, and they uh they look at you, and I think sort of like beckon you to follow them. Um, where when you normally meet them, is there like a place that normally happens, or does it just sort of is there like a place in the city where you feel um the tied to them the strongest or something?
Probably underground.
Hmm.
Um, but I don't know that any specific underground location would be. Like just the deeper underground, the better, right?
Yeah. Um, so they they beckon you to follow. And Keva and Skelt, are you what are you doing through all of this?
Uh, I feel like I would have went over to Skilt to try and see if he was okay,
Mm-hmm. I
and
mean,
like have
yeah,
been attending to him, but also just kind of staring, like what the
sure.
heck?
Um, yeah. So you're sort of helping Skelt as they sort of guide you through this really bizarre um area, and you see as you sort of come off the rise of this of the trough here, um and you know what is normally the uh sort of the hill, this mound of this giant beast, this Toberon, is this kind of bowl, um uh and you can see the space that uh the bridges normally go through are like these tunnels through this kind of big ridge that is the shape of the trough, um and they lead you into a tunnel in the ground. And again, as you go through this, what your eyes are telling you is down, your sort of like equilibrium in your body is telling you is up in some weird way. Um, and as you go down through this tunnel, you emerge into what should be, uh, the underground. Um, but everything is again sort of this weird inversion. And as you come up, what would normally be, uh, have you ever seen those? It's like horrible, but those people that take like molten metal and pour it into an anthill.
Mm, yeah.
Mhm.
Um, you it's like that, except someone has poured this sort of deep green translucent metal, or crystalline stuff, into the entire underground of this city. Um, and it's this just absolute maze of solid chambers and solid tunnels and whatever. And here, where the quote unquote sky up above you was this sort of inky, sort of thickness that as you went further and further away, here everything opens up, um, and it's light in the sky here. So it's just like this crazy, um, like webbed city of these solid chunks of rooms and passageways and everything under the ground. And you probably recognize like bits and pieces of them, knowing your way around the underground, of the city. Um, and the sky out here is there's no there's no suns or anything like that, but there's just this kind of light sort of emanating from everywhere, and it's like shifting in color, and it's really bizarre and beautiful, um, and they bring you to a spot, um, uh, where that is basically close to what what Thalvama you kind of would recognize as a place that you have maybe felt close to them before as you've done this sort of meditative thing. Um, and they sort of lead you into this place, sort of on top of a sort of block, that would be this sort of big open chamber underground, that has a kind of big divot in the top of it, that would be a like some kind of large, monolith or something, um, uh, and at the top of that, or at the bottom of this monolith that's like sort of carved down into this room, is the edge of that looks like looks more like liquid than the rest of the sort of stone around it, um, and uh, they tell you, they sort of, as they've these hundreds of figures have all sort of gathered around, um, and led you through this place. The one at the front sort of beckons, and gestures down towards this thing, um, and he looks at you, Thalvama, and says, "What is intended for this artifact?"
Um,
Um, how can I best um, uphold our people with this? I guess that's my response. I'll respond to his question with a question.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. And this one at the front sort of looks over towards Keva and towards Skelt, and looks back toward you, um, and says, "It must never be allowed to rest in the hands of anyone other than our kind."
Be done. I will bring it back.
Um, and this figure looks over to Skelt and Keva, um, and says, "What of you?"
think I might just stare back at him and say, okay.
Yeah, just be like, yeah, works for me.
Yes, sir.
Whatever you say, sir.
And so they walk over to the edge of this little kind of inverted pit thing that has this sort of liquidiness to the bottom of it, and gestures down to the bottom to basically say, like, there you go. Go. What do you do?
Jump on in.
Yep.
The fly.
Thanks.
I bid them farewell and thank them for their help.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think is there like a like a hand like a handshake, but like some kind of gesture like that, you think, among the Enfei that that would be like a sign of parting or something?
I don't know if we'd be that sentimental.
Okay. Then I think they just sort of, you know, kind of nod, like a head bow.
Because there's no, like, I think we see the continuity of everything more. Don't see things as beginnings and ends as much as someone who would die more quickly.
Sure. So then I think as you're getting ready to jump in or you know, whatever, they just, you know, say something, they just look back to you and say, until the next.
All right.
So you all sort of jump, kind of slide down or whatever into this, and as you hit this sort of more liquidy things, you again sort of feel this slower but no less intense sense of like tearing, as you, oh, sort of like a reverse tear. It's like you're being untorn back into a proper wholeness, and you emerge into this this chamber, and you at the top of this sort of like kind of monument-esque monolith sort of thing that's in the middle of this big open chamber underground, and you kind of like topple off the top of it, um as you sort of feel like you've just been flipped on your head, and Scale, I'm sure that feels real bad for you. I mean, and for Thalvoama too. I would guess. But you're now left in this room, and you have the thing that you were tasked with getting, and tasked with bringing back to the Bohemians, to be sold, to be fenced, to whatever, um, and just been told by these figures that it can never rest in the hands of someone other than an in faith. So
I
what?
think I could fuse it to my skeleton or something. Make a part of me, and then
Well, and the other, um, there's a rule in the book that deliberately says, like, don't cheat your players out of their payment for their score. But at the same time, like, if you don't give this thing back or whatever, like you don't get paid for this.
What a complex.
And I'm curious to see kind of sort of what happens among the group in this little in this chamber underground here, to see if there's anything that, if you are all in agreement or not, or what what happens here.
What say you?
I mean, doesn't sound like it's really ours to keep. And if we do, then, you know, some bad stuff could follow.
Neither do
Yeah,
we.
I think I would. I feel like maybe either. I feel like I would want to think of a plan of like, okay, who can take it? How do we? I wonder if I would offer up Jalutili, my hotel, because isn't he in faith
Mm-hmm. So this is, yeah, I think this is
for
an interesting
safekeeping?
opportunity here to say, um Falvalama, you hear, Keva trying to sort of like, hey, I know one in faith. Um, maybe we can give it to them. And you sort of come to this realization that they don't understand, that they weren't just talking about an in faith. They were talking about like the
Oh,
Enfathen, your people.
Gotcha.
oh, intrigue.
And I don't think that's something that, Keva or Skelt really even know anything about.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we're pretty secretive, so they would.
So that's why I'm really curious to see sort of what happens here in terms of like, is that something that you explain to them, or
Mhm.
is that something you hide from them?
Yeah, I've got to bring this to where no one will ever find it. So it's about all I can say for now.
Mm.
Are you going to try to stop me?
Hmm.
I don't know.
I feel like I would respect it, knowing what I know about the cartographers. I would be understanding of like, okay, I can't tell anyone else of this thing, but I have this knowledge, so maybe it's something like that.
Mm.
So, okay, do what you must.
Yeah, I mean, who am I to really get in your way, right?
I guess I can offer my shares of of our next I don't know, three, I guess however many people there are in our group. My shares for the next number of heists we have. Um, but I'm gonna have to disappear for a while, and then I can be back to help once I get this gone. But then all my booty's yours, I guess. For a while. Unless we find another one of these things.
Yeah, I think, I think like I was saying, in the interest of trying of not sort of cheating you out of your reward, I will try and come up with something, but um, like
Or
maybe the Infathen give you some kind of reward instead, or
Or
whatever,
maybe we make a fake one.
or maybe you make a fake one.
because they didn't know anything about it, honestly.
Right. Yeah.
You're right.
They don't know what it looks like.
Um,
Maybe they gave us a fake one.
um, could I like tinker with this, and find it to be a useful tool?
sure. I think
You have one in tinker, I guess.
that to me sounds. What do you mean? What do you mean by a useful? What are your
Teleportation device, or uh, use it to I don't know, spiritual stuff.
yeah? Um,
Find out what I can do.
that sounds more like what's considered a in downtime. It's called a long-term project. So that's something that I think you could do that way. Um, in which case, if you all want to try and do some swap fake thing here to still get paid, or whatever, that's also pretty interesting to me.
That would extend our quest.
Yeah. And I also am really curious what you tell the other two.
Mm.
And what you tell the Bohemians.
I mean, if we make a fake one, would we say anything?
I don't know. I mean, right now that part of this is up to the three of you.
Also, an option would be to say that it was gone after it transferred us to the other side.
Totally.
Mm.
Totally.
Yeah,
Ugh.
and then no one has
So
it.
we
but
wouldn't
then
get paid.
We don't get paid though.
Mm-hmm.
Or I don't know if we could say that we lost it when or like we're still looking for it or trying to get it back from
Mm.
who we knew stole it.
Yeah. I think there's a lot of
Fine.
potential options there. And a lot of them I think are really interesting. So why don't we call this finished? And we can do our downtime thing or whatever and sort of figure out among the three of you, among the crew at large, sort of what you're all kind of doing with this.
Sounds like a plan.
Yeah.
That's really interesting.
That was fun.
Cool.
Plot twist.
All right, well, I guess that's all for here then. Any other last words?
I need a new pet.
Oh goodness, yeah.
Oh
I would
boy.
just like to say I came out of this with a slice. That's it.
That's
and like 2 stress or something.
Yeah, 3
Just
stress
walk
and a slice.
in the park.
You were just having a day.
Some of you fared better than others.
And I have a arrow sticking out of the back of my neck.
Oh gosh. All right. Well,
rest up, boys.
Rest.
Nice work. All
Easy
right,
for you
yeah.
to say.
All right. Bye.
Have a good night.
But I guess.
Bye.